Here. Okay, if everybody's ready, call the meeting to order, and if you would join us in the pledge, please. Molly, you want to lead us, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and good morning. The first thing on our agenda is the consent agenda, and I believe there's one addition.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would move we approve the consent agenda with the addition of entering into an agreement, MOU agreement with the BLM regarding a programmatic EIS on wind and solar plan record of decision.
Second.
Just a little bit of elaboration on that. We've received a letter asking if we want to be a cooperator, so we have a seat at the table. And I believe with all the federal lands we have around here, it would be behoove us to be sitting at the table anytime the BLM is wanting to do something. We need to reply by the 10th of March with that.
Can you, I'm assuming, was that a motion? Add that. Okay. Any further discussion on the motion to approve the consent agenda?
Discussion, Madam
With
Chair.
the addition? Okay.
Simply for the press here, in case you want to write anything about it, I think this is a bunch of crap that every time the BLM comes up with something new, we have to enter into a whole nother separate MOU with them. We went through a natural resource management plan that agreed that we would be working as cooperating agencies with the federal government. And their way of limiting that is a short dated time to enter into an MOU every time they have a different issue, whether it's sage grouse grazing or renewable energy.
Part of the issue is we got the letter yesterday and we have to answer by the 10th. That's a little tough for groups in this situation. So, any other discussion on the motion to approve the consent agenda with the addition? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay. That's just a couple minutes, then we have a public hearing.
That's what we have to
Okay.
put together in the letter.
All right. Molly, did you keep a copy of that letter from the BLM? Okay, with that, the next thing on our agenda, Kim Dillon and Joy Hill with public hearing on Deer Creek Ranch floodplain permit number 123. So if you would like to go ahead with the description, Kim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've entitled this Deer Creek Ranch Course Bank Stabilization and Upland Restoration Project. The applicant is Deer Creek Ranch. The water course is the South Fork of the Shoshone River. The zoning is GR 40. The planning area is Upper South Fork. We did receive an application from the applicant floodplain application and a summary of efforts to address our county requirements and some supplemental application material and also photos, which you had a chance to see. So the project overview is the applicant requests approval to complete an upland restoration and steam bank protection project along 520 feet of the west bank of the South Fork of the Shoshone River. The applicant is planning to restore uplands lost to pre-flood dimensions using dredged material that will come from the active channel of the river and to install riprap to provide bank protection. Approximately 1,500 cubic yards of material will be removed from the channel to rebuild the upland area, and approximately 850 cubic yards of imported riprap will be used to stabilize the bank. And the applicant requests approval to restore these uplands to the 2021 ordinary high water mark. And they said a discrete flood event occurred on June 12th of last year, which caused primarily this riverbank erosion and the loss of the upland material. And the site characteristics, this property is located approximately 38 miles southwest of Cody. You can see that in figure 1. At this location, the Shoshone River is highly braided. It's wide, dynamically changing bank to bank, rock cobble channel sections is essentially the river. Outside this area, there's vegetation with willows, cottonwoods, and other forage. There are multiple structures on this property, including a single family residence and a shop. And this property has an address of 4068 South Fork. A note, Madam Chair, Hockey Ranch is just to the south, and they'll be conducting or asking to conduct similar reparation work in advance or concurrently with this proposed work. Neighboring uses you can see in figure 2. Primarily neighboring uses are agriculture. There is some Forest Service land, managed land just to the west of this property. This is a public hearing. Notice of public hearings was in the Cody Enterprise on February 21st and February 28th of this year. Neighbor notices as required were mailed to property owners in the vicinity on February 15th. Agency notice were sent out on February 13th. We had a lot of different agency notices, and I'll try to summarize those. We received a letter from WIDOT on December 14th, and that provided authorization for temporary turbidity increase in the South Fork of the river for the work associated with this project. A letter dated January 19th of this year from EA certified that this project will result in no rise of the base flood elevation. A letter dated January 30th of this year, the applicant submitted a pre-construction notification for this upland restoration project. The letter provided a description of the proposed project and requested authorization under the nationwide permit 45 for upland restoration. On January 30th, we received a letter from Engineering Associates, essentially talking about the property and basically confirming that this property extends to the center of the river there. Email dated February 13th, we received this notice from DEQ, basically saying any dredge or fill activity may require a 404 permit from the Army Corps and a 401 certification from DEQ. An email on February 13th, Treasurer's Office stated taxes are paid current. Email dated February 13th from the Fire Protection District stated this project does not appear to affect any access. A letter dated February 17th from Wyoming Game and Fish outlined several questions and concerns related to this project. And we just have a summary. We have bullet points, bottom of page 4. You all had a chance to read it, and the top of page 5. An email dated February 22nd, there was some correspondence between Travis Conklin with EA and Kevin Little with the Army Corps addressing the concerns that were raised previously from Game and Fish. There was back and forth. We shared that with you, Madam Chair. In a letter dated February 24th, we received a letter from Tom Brown, who was with Trout Unlimited, talking about some concerns that they have regarding bank protection in this upland restoration project. Changes to the river channel, equipment in the river, downstream impacts of effect on habitat and fisheries. In a letter dated February 27th, Weed and Pest, Mary McKinney, found noxious weeds in the area. She indicated she will be working with the landowners to mitigate these effects. As a result, a plan will not be required. Madam Chair, we didn't share this with you, but essentially we received a letter from Mary dated March 3rd that essentially said the same thing. In a letter dated February 27th, we received another letter from Game and Fish, again, talking about concerns related to this project. We summarized those. Madam Chair, I did want to read, and I know you had a chance to read this, but the last paragraph in that letter from Game and Fish dated February 27th, it says, again, from Game and Fish, we'd like to see an evaluation and consideration of the loss of aquatic habitat and riparian functions and the resulting impact to neighboring landowners and county infrastructure prior to any approval of any future bank stabilization projects on the South Fork of the Shoshone River. So we just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that request. In an email February 28th, we received a notice from Kim Johnson, National Flood Insurance Program Site Coordinator. He didn't see any concerns in his review. A letter dated February 28th, Park County Engineer summarized the project. I won't read that. You had a chance to read his comments. An email dated March 2nd, Kevin Little, Army Corps of Engineers, said he needed to converse with Game and Fish prior to finalizing his comments. We haven't received any other agency notifications. We've not received any public comments. Madam Chair, just a quick summary of the project. Again, the restoration area, 520 feet in length. They like to fill up to the ordinary high water mark documented in 2021. This project will be an area of about 0.21 acres. Dredge material removed from the river, approximately 1,500 cubic yards. Volume of riprap boulders, approximately 850 cubic yards. Applicant, if this is approved, is going to temporarily move the river away from where the work will be located. And again, this proposed improvement will result in no rise of the base flood elevation, again, according to Engineering Associates. Madam Chair, standards for evaluation analysis. 1, danger to life and property due to flooding or erosion damage. Of course, these 10 things are out of our regs. We wrote that basically the bank of the South Fork there is experiencing failure, repeated high water events, cutting away the bank material. Susceptibility of the proposed facility contents to flood damage and the effect of some damage on the owner. We wrote that essentially conditions puts the subject property at high risk for property damage during flooding. Spring weather, of course, you can have warm weather resulting in large amount of runoff, which again would affect these banks on both sides of the river and in multiple places. Number 3 is the danger that materials may be swept into other lands to the injury of others. We talked about the riprap that'll be used. It is possible that those things could be dislodged during a high water event, sweeping downstream. However, the purpose of this project is to shore up the stream bank. The compatibility, number 4, the compatibility of the proposed use with existing anticipated development. We basically said that this project is similar to other projects along the South Fork River. There have been some dikes that have gone in. We feel like they've been unsuccessful. Riprap has proven to be more effective. Number 5, the safety of access to the property in times of flood. Our conclusion is this project will not adversely impact the property in time of flood in terms of access. Number 6, the costs of providing governmental services during and after the flood event, including maintenance and repairs. This project will not adversely affect government services needing to perform any maintenance and repair work. It's on private property. There'll be no public infrastructure associated with this. Number 7, a no rise certification has been included, and that of course, speaks to expected heights, velocity, and rise of floodwaters. So we do have that no rise certification. Number 8 is necessity of the facility for waterfront location. This is land has riparian rights. Again, there's bank failure that has occurred. Number 9 is the availability of alternative locations not subject to flooding. Of course, the site of the repair is within the stream corridor. There is no other alternative location. The relationship of the proposed use to the land use plan. Land use plan specifies the county will regulate in floodplains, maintain a balance between human needs and protection of the environment, and enforce existing laws on the river channel and river work. Madam Chair, our recommendation is approval, and we have a list of conditions. Do you want me to read those? Okay. Number 1 is prior to commencement, Madam Chair, these are recommended proof conditions. Prior to commencement of any project activity, evidence of approval by the Army Corps of Engineers, authorizing the proposed project work by Nationwide Permit 45 for repair of upland damage by flood event activities shall be submitted to the Planning and Zoning Department. Number 2, prior to commencement of any activity, evidence of a 404 permit verification and 401 water quality certification from the Army Corps of Engineers and DEQ respectfully shall be submitted to the Planning and Zoning Department. Number 3, this floodplain development permit applies only to the repair and stabilization of approximately 525 linear feet of the west bank of the South Fork of the Shoshone River along the property subject of the application and owned by Deer Creek Ranch. Number 4, this floodplain development permit is valid for 1 year from the date of approval. Number 5, county personnel may conduct site visits during or following the completion of construction. Number 6, the applicant shall notify the floodplain administrator when project work is complete and provide photographs of as-built conditions. Number 7, any changes to the proposed project or development in the floodplain that are not expressly addressed by the permit shall require a separate floodplain development permit, and the applicant shall otherwise comply with the Park County, Wyoming 2015 development standards and regulations. Thank you. We're happy to answer questions you might have.
Any questions from the commissioners at this time? Hearing none, this is a public hearing, so I would ask if there is any public here that would like to comment on this request. You'd state your name for the record, please.
Travis Compliment with Engineering Associates. I was in conversation with Kevin Little about 20 minutes ago to find out the status on that permit. He had spoken with Wyoming Game and Fish, I believe yesterday, about their concerns. And he is ready to issue the permit, contingent upon the outcome of this hearing. He doesn't see any of the concerns falling outside of the normal situation when you're completing an upland restoration such as this. It's hard to put back what was lost without putting it back. I would like to note that part of the idea of taking the material out of the river and putting it in the upland is that if you take it out of the river and you put it back in the upland, it opens up the river corridor so that there's available flow room for that, which is how I know that there's not going to be any increase in or increased flood elevation, because we're going to remove the material that's out there. Our goal is to use a large enough area so that we're only going to be down, maybe a third of a foot or something like that. I don't think we're going to actually need 1,500 cubic yards of material to do this, but I want to be on the conservative side just in case we can move these permits work. I guess relating to the fishery, while I respectfully understand the needs of the game and fish to protect the fishery there, it's difficult to do this type of project having some impact on that. And unfortunately, I think in this particular case, we're going to have to move the stuff. Fortunately, this particular braided section of river oftentimes moves like 50 feet in a year. So it's not unlikely that the river will move 50 feet some other direction here in the near future. So all of the gains that have been achieved by whatever is sitting there now will not be sitting there now. One other thought I had there was, and I believe that the Army Corps of Engineers is going to put a May 15th requirement in there that we need to be done with the work so that we're not impacting petrol fishery, which is obviously of great importance to all of us in Park County.
Commissioner?
Just a question on this, the length of that, rebuild. When you're talking about removing materials out of the river channel, will that expand beyond that 500 feet or whatever that is? I mean, in length of the river?
It'll be about along that face. We're actually gonna try to, we've got an area designated, I designated it subsequently on that map.
Right.
Army Corps of Engineer, we're gonna try to take it out of that 500-foot stretch immediately.
Okay.
To the area.
Okay.
Anyone else from the public that would like to speak on the project? Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, I just have some,
Identify yourself, please.
I'm Laura Burkhart with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. I
Thank you.
submitted the letter on February 27th, and since that time, we have talked to the Army Corps of Engineers, and he sent supplementary information. We raised the concern of the cumulative effects from not only this project, but other projects that we have reviewed at least since my time working for the Game to Fish, and they're going to start considering alternatives to look at cumulative effects on the South Fork, and they provided some examples that they have done on the Yellowstone River in Montana, and it's not only a concern on the South Fork, we've raised these concerns on the Wind River also. This type of project, the upland restoration, is unique for this type of use. Usually it's used on bridge projects where you have the fill, it's scoured a bridge abutment and deposited the fill right next to that. One of the things that we didn't put in the letter but would be useful for future projects is the identification of where exactly the fill is going to come from. That wasn't included in either the Hawkeye or the Deer Creek application that was submitted to the county. I was given that information yesterday from the Army Corps of Engineers. So when we're reviewing these projects, especially this quantity of fill, I mean, 1,500 cubic yards is 125 12-yard dump trucks. That's fairly significant, and they're proposing to use bulldozers to scrape that and push it into the area. So the application didn't identify, is that coming from the stream channel? What area is that coming from? So when you're flattening an area, especially if it's in the stream channel, you're removing a lot of complexity of fish habitat, and you don't know how that's going to restore. It could refill and rebuild itself the next year. We just don't know. So the information they provided shows they're going to get the fill material from an area that is not in the active channel, and that's really valuable information for us to have to comment on these types of projects. One of the other things that the Army Corps identified in a letter to us is that they plan to do a site visit before the equipment leaves to verify that site conditions were restored as close as possible to pre-existing conditions, because one of our main concern is that if there's a giant pit or the channel's been rerouted, like, to me, that's not an insignificant restoration from dredging. So our concerns have been addressed, but that is why we are bringing up these concerns for both the Hawkeye and this project, mainly because there's a lot of dredging.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Question.
Lord, wouldn't improving, I guess, the dredging of the channel, wouldn't that help improve the aquatic species? Or you're saying it would be an adverse effect on them if you change the channel itself? But by making it deeper and such, wouldn't that help?
Not necessarily, because this is a braided system, so there's lots of little channels throughout there. So if you're making one channel, it's deeper, the water's evacuating out of there faster, so you're greatly reducing the amount of length of wetted habitat that fish, especially spring spawning fish like cutthroat and mountain whitefish, they have much less habitat to spawn in.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Public comments? Any other public comments?
Madam Chair, I move we close the public hearing.
It's been moved to close the public
Second.
hearing. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Being none, all those in favor?
I,
Anyone opposed? Okay. Motion passes. Pleasure of the board.
move to approve the lane permit, Madam Chair.
The motion for approval.
Second,
Been moved and seconded to approve the Deer Creek
Dear Creek.
Oh,
floodplain.
Deer Creek, I was looking down, I gotta wait. I'll wait on Hawkeye.
Was I sleeping?
No, I didn't have my glasses on.
Is the motion including the conditions that were presented by staff?
Yes, with the
Yes.
conditions.
As stated or read into the record. Any further discussion on the motion for approval? Hearing none, all those in favor?
aye,
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Madam Chair, resolution 2023-13.
Thank you, Colleen. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. With that, I think we'll move right into the next one, which is public hearing on Hawkeye Ranch, floodplain number 6-22. So Mr. Dillman and Ms. Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm presenting on the Hawkeye Ranch Holdings LLC Bank Stabilization Project. This is an amendment to floodplain development permit number 6-22. Hawkeye Ranch Holdings LLC is the applicant. This property is on the South Fork Road. It is unaddressed. The watercourse is the South Fork. It's in GR 40 zoning district. We have latitude and longitude identified in the staff report. There were public notice for this hearing, and we're in the upper South Fork planning area. Travis Conklin is the engineer from Engineering Associates who is presenting this material on behalf of Hawkeye Ranch. He submitted a floodplain development permit application and supplemental documentation to my office on February 7th, 2023. Hawkeye Ranch is requesting approval to add the following activities and materials to floodplain development permit number 6-22, which you approved on December 20th, 2022. And I would refer you to that project file on the record and your resolution 2022-107. They want to restore and regrade approximately 1.85 additional acres of uplands, 500 feet of additional bank protection, 1,500 cubic yards of additional dredge material, and 1,000 cubic yards of additional riprap are proposed. The requested amendments are a result of the applicant's efforts to address the concerns of Wyoming Game and Fish Department as conditioned by your resolution 2022-107. Game and Fish sought attention to stabilization of the active side channel between stations 25+00 and 30+00, as you can see in figure 2. A detailed view of the proposed riprap placement is shown in figure 3. The regulations that apply are the 2015 Park County Development Standards and Regulations, Chapter 4, Section 5A, Floodplain Overlay District. We require this review to stay compliant with our participation in the National Flood Insurance Program. Ownership is affirmed by warranty deed recorded as document 2021-7266. Further, Lyle Cachado of Engineering Associates indicated that a legal property boundary extends to the current Thalweg center thread of the South Fork of the Shown River. He mentioned that in a letter dated October 18th, 2022. The project is located approximately 36 miles southwest of Cody. The latitude and longitude are provided. The property address, oh, here I'm saying 4068. I'm sorry. I'm not sure which one is correct. Kim, was 4068 Deer Creek?
It is Deer Creek.
Is it? I'm sorry. This one's unaddressed. In this area, the river is highly braided with a wide and dynamically changing bank-to-bank rock cobble channel section. Areas outside of the wide bank-to-bank rock cobble section are highly vegetated with willows, cottonwoods, and other dense forage. There are no structures on the property according to permitting records and the records of the county assessor's office. You can see in figure 2 that approximate location of this work, and that's in addition to the work that was already proposed. Nearby properties primarily are used for ag and residential purposes. There are some U.S. Forest Service lands in close proximity to the northwest. A couple more details on the project. Area to be filled between The current ordinary high water mark and the documented 2021 ordinary high water mark is estimated at approximately 2.6 acres under the original permit from the U.S. Corps of Engineers, plus another 1.5 acres under the amendment to that PCN to address Game and Fish's concerns. The approximate volume of dredged material to be removed completely for this project and the original is 6,500 cubic yards. That was 5,000 for the original project and 1,500 under this one. The total approximate volume of imported riprap will be 3,000 cubic feet. 2,000 were under the original permit plus 1,000 under this amendment. Again, the improvement is, it's been indicated that there is no rise that will result according to the certificate of no rise that was included in the application. Notice of public hearing for today was posted in the Cody Enterprise on February 21st and February 28th. Neighbor notices were sent on February 15th to all landowners within 660 feet of the property boundary. Agency notice was sent on February 13th to the relevant individuals that are listed: the county engineer, treasurer, weed and pest, fire district, fire inspector, game and fish, the Army Corps of Engineers, the local conservation district, and Trout Unlimited. We did receive some responses, several emails dated between January 20th and January 31st from Kevin Little of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineer. He was communicating with Travis Conklin, the project engineer, regarding his concerns about work being done in areas of active flow within the river channel. All of these agency responses are included in this packet. In an email dated February 6th, Laura Burkhart of Wyoming Game and Fish Department stated that the revised design alleviates her concerns about the potential for water flowing down the side channel. In an email dated February 14th, Kevin Little of the Corps of Engineers provided the updated nationwide permit 45 documents, which include Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality 401 certification for the project modifications. In an email dated February 15th, Eric Hargett of the DEQ stated that the dredge and fill activities occur on a water of the U.S., which requires a 404 permit from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and a 401 water quality certification from DEQ. Pretty sure that Kevin's nationwide permit and other materials included the 404 certification. We can verify. In an email dated February 15th, the Park County Treasurer's Office stated that first half taxes are paid for the property and second half taxes are due on May 10th. In an email dated February 15th, Jerry Parker of the Fire Protection District Number 2 stated that the project does not appear to have an impact on their access. In a letter dated February 27th, Mary McKinney of Park County Weed and Pest stated that a long-term noxious weed management plan is not required. I had a phone conversation with the county engineer on March 2nd about this project. He stated that he agreed with the Corps of Engineers and Game and Fish that the proposed changes are satisfactory. He had no additional concerns. He did follow that up with an email stating the same soon after. We have received no public comments outside of agency comments. We, of course, have standards of approval or denial for this particular application. I'll quickly run through them. Number one, danger to life and property due to flooding or erosion damage. The existing bank at the South Fork of the Shoshone River is experiencing failure and repeated high water events, resulting in the cutting away of stream bank materials and continued threats to upland areas on the property. Number two, susceptibility of the proposed facility and its contents to flooding damage and the effect of such damage on the owner. The nature of the flows along the South Fork of the Shoshone River puts the subject property at high risk for property damage as a result of flooding. During the spring, if warm weather occurs concurrently with a large precipitation event, the amount of runoff from precipitation and snowmelt results in a large and violent flow of water through the river. Such events cause for a great deal of sediment to be displaced into the river, causing the river to cut further into the stream bank, threatening the uplands. Number three, danger that materials may be swept into other lands to the injury of others. Of course, you know this project will include a total of 3,000 cubic yards of imported angular limestone riprap, 6,500 cubic yards of recently deposited alluvium from the active channel. It is possible that these materials could be dislodged during a high water event and sweeping them downstream. The purpose, again, of this proposed improvement is to shore up the stream bank and provide protection against those high flows to decrease the chance of bank failure in the future. Number four, compatibility of the proposed use with existing and anticipated development. The proposed project is similar to other bank stabilization projects along the South Fork. Unlike several dikes that have been constructed over the years and have been largely unsuccessful at protecting the property, large boulder riprap has proven to be more effective in eliminating erosion and sedimentation issues on the South Fork. All proposed fill material will consist of large boulder riprap along with native gravel. Existing material will need to be excavated before any fill or riprap is placed. Number five, safety of access to the property for times of flood for ordinary and emergency vehicles. Proposed project will not adversely affect access to the property as the primary access to the property is via South Fork Road. Number 6, cost of providing governmental services during and after flood conditions, including maintenance and repair of streets, bridges, and public utilities and facilities. The proposed project will not adversely affect governmental services. It's on private property and there's no public infrastructure in the project area. Number 7, expected heights, velocity, duration, rate of rise, and sedimentation of the floodwaters. We have received a no rise certification as part of the application materials. Stabilizing the riverbank will significantly reduce the potential for erosion, bank sloughing, and sediment transport during large flow events. Riprap is designed to withstand the velocities and forces generated during large flow events and hopefully will reduce sedimentation and pollution. Number 8, the necessity to the facility for a waterfront location. Of course, the property where the project is located is a land with riparian rights. Bank failure occurred within the stream corridor. Number 9, availability of alternative locations. The site of the repair is within the stream corridor. There's no alternative location available. And number 10, relationship of this proposed use to the land use plan. The 1998 land use plan specifies the county will regulate building in floodplains to maintain a balance between human needs and protection of the environment, and enforce the existing laws on river channeling and river work. So review of this permit application is intended to address those concerns. Staff recommends approval with the following conditions. Number 1, the floodplain development permit amends and supplements floodplain development permit number 6-22 along the property subject of the application and owned by Hawkeye Ranch Holdings LLC, adding 500 feet of additional bank protection along the west bank of the South Fork of the Shoshone River, 1,500 cubic yards of additional dredge material, and 1,000 cubic yards of additional riprap. Number 2, this floodplain development permit is valid for 1 year from the date of approval. Number 3, county personnel may conduct site visits during or following the completion of construction. Number 4, the applicant shall notify the floodplain administrator, that is me, when project work is complete and provide photographs of as-built conditions. Number 5, any changes to the proposed project or development in the floodplain that are not expressly addressed by this permit shall require a separate or amended floodplain development permit. And number 6, the applicant shall otherwise comply with the Park County, Wyoming 2015 development standards and regulations. There's a few pictures provided by Travis Conklin in the staff report to sort of show you the nature of the project site. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Any questions at this time from the commissioners?
Sure, I have questions actually for Travis. Possibly, on the previous Deer Creek, it stated that the imported riprap boulders would be coming from Montana line.
Yeah.
Which there's been a little bit of concern from some of the neighbors as well as I think commissioners on the amount of loads that going up our brand new highway, right? This one doesn't say where the riprap is coming from. The others, I assured that they had to cross Scales and Franny, I believe. So they would they would be monitored for legal weight limit. Just I guess a heads up that we need to make sure wherever these are coming from, that they are legal weight limits, and so that we can we can address the concerns of legal weights and tearing up the brand new multi-million-dollar highway up there.
And I was going to mention that Jim Nicholson does have 1,000 cubic yards of granite that he's collected and has stored over in his yard, so that's a good point.
It's not a game stopper. This one does not say where it's coming from, just says imported.
It's actually the stuff that Jim's got, it's actually bigger than the stuff that comes out of Montana limestone. So it's including granite, larger stuff. The idea would be to put it kind of that bottom of the keyway to use it as ballast to hold stuff down, and then use the limestone at the top part. They don't have enough that we can get locally. We will make sure that we get that.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there any comments from the public? Any comments from the public?
We would close the public hearing, Madam Chair. Second.
Moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. Public hearing is closed. Pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I move we approve the Hawkeye Ranch flood plan 6-22 with conditions from staff.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the proposal with conditions. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I just think it's something moving forward with what Laura brought up as we kind of really start to balance the private property rights and also the fisheries and make sure that we look at that and we're taking that into consideration.
And I thank you for your explanation, Laura, and some of that helps us. Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
I,
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Colleen.
Resolution 2023-14.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you.
I think Kevin Little attended this, Zoom, so.
Okay.
Come down. A little interesting side of this. So we had Cam Sholey do a presentation at an engineering convention we had earlier this year. And all of the sections of road that were lost had no riprap, all the stuff that had riprap on those highways. Stayed. So, I mean, I have to believe that what happened on that river was significantly more impact on the environment than doing the work to protect it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Travis.
Yeah, thank you.
The next thing, I think we can go ahead. It's Park County Commissioners Board liaison updates. Just to kind of catch up to where we are with the boards that we work with. Commissioner Mangold, do you want to start?
Fair board, was very pleased with the last meeting because it was about an hour shorter. That's usually what it is. The new chair, moving things along, and they discovered a consent agenda. That was part of it, which sped things along quite a bit.
Helping.
Things are moving along for the fair. We've got all the acts already basically booked up. We're still trying to come up with, there are some conflicts too between horse sales and fireworks shows going on at the same time, which is, I don't see where that's a problem, but I guess that might be.
None at all.
Yeah, might make things more exciting out there.
I can't stand fireworks.
But yeah, they're on budget and they seem to be moving along very well. So as far as the rec board, we were sort of surprised the last couple of rec board meetings that we've only had very limited people coming out and asking for funds, but that is going to change once all the baseball programs start kicking off and all the spring events start moving their way forward. So we're expecting a very busy meeting coming up tomorrow. Pep board changes their meeting times every once in a while. Their next meeting will be on the 21st, and that will be an evening session. The last one was a morning one, so I couldn't make that one, but they're planning an evening meeting on the 21st. So very exciting. I'm extremely excited about that. So.
All right.
And you can give me a better idea on the library board.
Okay.
So.
We'll get that. Commissioner?
I haven't had much at all.
Okay.
The one big meeting was the oh geez, the
Shooting complex.
no, I haven't been invited to any of those.
You don't have to be invited. You go.
You just go.
Just invite myself. I'm thinking held
Oh, DF,
Basin Authority.
Basin Authority, there you go.
they had their big quarterly meeting, but I didn't make that. That's when we were down in training or I was down in my indoctrination. So that's about it, really.
Okay. Commissioner Teal?
well, of the 7 assignments I have, several of them are very minor, Machici Visitor Center, Machici Planning Area. We don't meet that often. I come as needed. The same with the urban systems for Powell. That's a yearly meeting, which I haven't heard when that's coming yet, but I'll be notified on that. Predator Board will be meeting next Tuesday for their draft budget to put together. We actually, you guys know, with today, we actually have some interviews for the sportsmen for the Predator Board. I'm not gonna get into the weed and pest a lot because we have a whole presentation here coming up very shortly. I will say that I've been to a few of those meetings. And they are by far the most professional board that we have. The way they run their meetings and are on top, very professional. And it was so I asked them to actually do a presentation today. At their last meeting, and so we'll get into that later. But other than that, you accompanied me with the BLM. We met last month. I think we actually have discussed a little bit. Keeping the line of communication open, I think, is so important with the federal partners. We do have a meeting coming up that has been requested by the Forest Service to meet with them. Hopefully that will. I mean, I think we could do that more often, but at least once a year, I think we definitely need to do that. And we'll hopefully maybe find out where our travel management plan is for with the Forest Service and showing forest. But other than that, that's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, other than all your time in Cheyenne, thank you.
Yeah, not much going on. I will be meeting with Park County Travel Council on, there's some funding out there. They're trying to figure out kind of how to utilize the funding. I'll be meeting with Ryan Hauk on I think Monday to visit with some ideas that they have. Sounds like they want to bring the surrounding states and communities into the mix and do a outdoor rec feasibility study. But that's about all I've got going on. All there is with the drug court there, with the opioid settlement we had, there's been a request on utilizing some of those funds, for the drug court. That remains to be determined. But other than that, it's been pretty quiet, except for Cheyenne.
Yeah, which was fairly busy. Mr. Mangold did the fair board, so I won't go there. Library board. Everything's going along. They've been updating their policies. I think you all have seen some reports, and you saw the annual report a couple of weeks ago from the library. That's going well. They are working with a secondary library construction consultant. That's still moving forward. Hopefully they will come out with a final thought process on the needs, wants, and what could be the final design. The application grants from the state for libraries has not been opened up yet. They expected it to be open in December. Then they said February, and now we're not sure. So there is a lot of grant dollars down there for construction of libraries, but we don't know when it's going to open up for that application. So they're waiting on that a little bit till we know what their needs are. Museum board moving along. You had the presentation a couple of weeks ago from Brian Beauvais, and that's going well. That board does a great job. Homesteaders getting more visitors all the time, and they're putting on more programs all the time. So that's been a lot of fun to listen and see a lot of that. Forward Cody. They're still doing their thing with trying to bring in local business or bring in businesses for local economic development. Health and wellness met last week. I was unable to make it due to our land use plan open houses. I'm assuming everything's kind of status quo, Colleen, or
just to go out in the Southwest. And starting the process.
okay, thank you. Urban systems for Cody has been fairly busy. We've had several meetings on the Bighorn Avenue situation, which I think you've all seen the results of that. It's coming around. Going to see a new stoplight at Blackburn and Bighorn, and the school crossing as it stands right now, it may be redesigned a little bit, but it's going to stay under a temporary usage, and we'll work on whether that gets into a full school crossing in the long run. But they're looking at all that still. But we have been meeting once every week or two to get that project done. I think that's about it. You mentioned the BLM. We're going to be with the Forest Service. I think we'll see Yellowstone Park this spring. He usually comes in the spring, so we'll get a chance to have a conversation with Mr. Shawley and see how things are going there. Other than that, unless there's any questions or concerns.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Mangold, you are the liaison for PAP, and Rebecca has been kind of instrumental on what I believe the title is Park County Conservation Easement. No, something. When you meet with her next, could you?
It'll be on the 21st.
Could you ask that they, I've had some calls, especially with the land use
So they've
plan.
got a new director, I guess.
Okay, but what the point is, they, Park County Conservation, I've had through the land use plan, I've had people say, what the hell is the county kicking in money for buying conservation easements? And they can title it, I mean, there's lots of things around the county that are titled Park County Concrete, Park County this, or Park County that. Just during her meetings or presentations, confirm to people that that is not the Park County government. And I know that, you know that, but it's still when it's out there that people are getting the perception with the land use
Maybe
plan
they can
that we are part of that. That's,
Okay.
Yeah.
Point taken.
They could change it to Cody.
yeah, changing the coding conservation.
You're great. I'll tell Matt you suggested that. Anything else liaison wise? Everything seems to be going okay. Okay. Got a little while to go. Yeah. I guess we're on break for a little bit and then we'll meet with Josh and we invest. Okay.
You brought back up today, Josh.
Apparently, I guess. $4,000 to go through the stuff to get it.
$4,000 in 12 weeks.
Even if you previously had one, doesn't matter.
But the funny thing is, the state has money available. You can almost go for free.
Yeah, if you got time.
Yeah.
The it might be one of those deals where it changes if they get enough pressure.
Well, it's gonna change when it takes into effect for all these older people in their 40-foot motorhomes got to get it starting in January of next year.
Really?
These
Thank
coin,
God.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Thank God.
those are coins.
Yeah.
If it's over 40.
Okay.
40,
I'll get those.
That guy air brakes on it.
Get those.
Even. There's a lot of these 30-some odd foot motorhomes have air brakes.
I think they should. I think they should make it short when they start pulling a travel trailer down the road. I mean, you take some guy or gal that's driven a Honda Civic back and forth to work for 30 years, and all of a sudden they're head rolling down the road with a 1-ton truck and a 5th-wheel trailer. That's my pet peeve. Well, that kid, it's been 20 or 25 years ago, but a kid got killed out there in front of Yellowstone Valley Inn, and it was a vacationer that had maybe a week behind the wheel of a motorhome. Yeah.
Thank you. Nope, here's your page at the end. Oh, is that? This is for,
Employee partners.
oh.
Just trust mom.
I trust Molly. I do.
She won't steer you.
And you'll print it.
I'll send she's
You'll print the name.
making more money.
Okay, I think we can get going. Next thing on our agenda is an update from Josh Orb on Park County Weed and Pest and a report.
Thank
Thanks.
you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I have 20 minutes on the agenda.
Okay.
I'm trying to do this in 13 minutes to leave room for questions. So bear with me if I go a little bit over that.
Okay.
I'm going to try to explain our overall program, some of the things that we offer. I think you may have the annual report in front of you. I sent that earlier. I don't know if you all went through that, and then leave time for questions.
Okay.
We are a special district organized under Title 11, Chapter 5 of the Wyoming State Statute Agricultural Laws. The current act was implemented in 1973. We just celebrated our 50th anniversary. In fact, there was some press releases today in the Powell and Cody paper to bring that fact to light. The Powell Flat was actually one of the first it was the first weed district in Wyoming. The first weed law that went into effect in Wyoming was brought into law, I think, in 1895. The last minutes that we have go back to 1935, but I think that our weed district, when it came about in the 19s or the 1920s, however you want to say that. So Park County Weed and Pest in the different iterations that the state has set them up and has been around for about 100 years. So right now we have 7 board members, and they are represented in via different geographic areas in the county, including the Meeteetse drainage, the Clarks Fork drainage, a representative from the city of Powell or Cody, the North Fork, South Fork, Sage Creek area, the boundaries within the Heart Mountain Irrigation District, the Shoshone Irrigation District, and the Willwood Irrigation District boundaries. Those board members, which we have a few here today, represent 152 years of experience and service to the district and the county. We have 5 full-time employees who have 69 years of experience working for Park County Weed and Pest. Weed and pest districts under the state statute that are allowed up to 2 mills of property tax. Right now, we're taking 1 mil of the property tax in Park County. This year, our annual budget is $2.3 million, and that includes $874,000 from the property mill through the county. Our other sources of incomes are cooperative agreements and contracts that we have with various state and federal agencies. BLM, Forest Service, Bureau of Reclamation, WYDOT, Office of State Lands, Game and Fish, City of Cody, and Buffalo Bill State Park. We also some other, and that's a little over $500,000 per year. And I think that's going to increase this year because of some extra BLM monies that we're getting to fund some larger cheatgrass projects in the county. We also have pesticide sales and then interest. We also do a lot of work for the county, Park County and the Park County Fairgrounds, and that totals up to about $6,600 per year. Most of that is bare ground work that we do over at the county yards as well as the fairgrounds. We also we do some special requests for the county, some delineator posts and some odds and ends here and there. And we pay for that out of our budget instead of sending the county a bill using the same pot of taxpayer money. Some of the programs and services that we offer currently, we have 11 high priority species that are in the county. We cost share those 100% for both the labor and the chemical. We have chosen those 11 species because we don't have many of them in the county, and we want to keep it that way. Won't go through the whole list. The one that we're probably most famous for is Dalmatian toadflax. We have the biggest infestation in the state of Wyoming with Dalmatian toadflax. We also chase around yellow toadflax, leafy spurge, spotted knapweed, diffuse knapweed, some of these other ones. Leafy spurge there's tens of millions of acres literally in the Western United States, and we probably have about 200 of it. So we spend a lot of money and not killing a whole lot of plants, but that's the reason that we do it. And that's the reason why we have the infestations that we do, is because we chase those down and keep them down. We do all the roadside weed control in the county on both county roads and through contracts with YDOT and all the broadjet spraying. So we do the ATVs and the backpack spraying, and then we contract with an outfit here in Cody to spray up to a 12-foot swath on various highways and county roads. We do all the certified weed-free forage inspections in the county. Those are required on federal lands to take those products on there. The federal agencies, state agencies, they don't want you hauling weed infested hay up to them. And that includes hay, grass, barley and oats and gravel in the county. We do all the quarantine inspections. Park County there's a provision in this state weed and pest law that farm products are quarantined to the land that they're grown on until they're inspected by the weed and pest and released from that. And that's to ensure noxious weed or pest control. So you're not taking it to other landowners and taking them down public roads, county roads and highways and reinfesting other areas. We do all of those. We do a lot of subdivision and special use permit inspections and requiring long-term noxious weed management programs when it's necessary. We did 57 new inspections in 2022. I don't think I need to belabor the point about subdivision and growth in Park County. We have 8 cost share programs in effect right now for Park County residents. We pay for 50% of the chemical used to control whitetop in the county. Our Canada thistle and Russian knapweed cost share, we pay 30% of the herbicides to use those. I mentioned that our high priority species cost share, it's 100% of labor and chemicals on private lands. We do $2 per acre for the sugar beet leafhopper. When they up a lot of crop seeds, they have different seed treatments on those. If those sugar beet seeds are treated with a systemic insecticide. So when you plant that seed, that kind of seed coating, it melts and it's right there, and then it's absorbed into the growing plant. And so there's a statewide noxious pest, the sugar beet leafhopper, it gets killed at that point. So we pay $2 per acre for growers that have sugar beets. Grasshoppers, we pay 25% for the insecticides used to kill them when they're adults, and 33% for the chemicals that are used to kill them as they're subadults. We have a cost share program for larkspur on private lands. Grass seed, this is kind of a cool program that we have. We cost share 50% off the cost of all the grass seed. We have 5 different blends. And right now it varies. We have 19 different species in mixes that we sell. 15 of those 19 grass seed species are grown in Park County, and most of them on Heart Mountain. So that varies sometimes. And some of the other seeds that we carry, they're produced in the county, but they may be contracted out to different purchasers of that. But that's we're proud of the fact that we cost share that, and we're buying local seeds, and they're produced and they are proven to perform in Park County, and then we're selling them back within Park County. So I'm very proud of that one. And I think we started that program in 2016, and that time we've sold 4.5 tons of seed. We also do a fall glyphosate, which is Roundup. Cost share, we pay $10 per acre. up to 200 acres for fall glyphosate. A lot of our noxious weeds are all perennial plants. And when they go dormant for the winter, they suck all the nutrients back down to the roots. That's why they turn colors, and it takes herbicides in with them at the same time. So crop weeds, especially like Canada thistle, field bindweed, quackgrass, stuff like that. If we can spray those in the fall, you're going to get a lot better control the next year. And that's why we target that for those fall treatments. We have a lot of rental equipment available. We have 4 trailer sprayers that we rent out to residents. You pull behind your truck. They're 200-gallon sprayers with 250 feet of hose and boomless nozzles that you can control from the cab. We have 200-gallon and a 100-gallon sprayer for the back of your truck. We have pull behind seeders that are pulled behind an ATV to take our grass seed or whoever's grass seed and use to plant those with rolling discs and all that kind of stuff, and backpack sprayers. The large equipment, we cost share. We rent those for $40 a day or for the weekend. So, and we had about 100 different rentals last year. We rent those for dirt cheap just to get people out there and to use those. We run the entire biocontrol program for the entire county. Our noxious weeds, they come from overseas. And one of the reasons they're a big problem is they're not introduced with our natural enemies. So biological control is a process of going overseas, finding those insects. There's all kinds of different testing to make sure they're not going to attack something else, and bringing those over here. We have 8 species in Park County that have viable biocontrol agents on them, those insects, and we have 23 of the insects here in the county. So, and they range from beetles, weevils, flies, moths, rusts, wasps, and midges. So we have all those in the county and that we are monitoring. One of the coolest things that have happened in my 22 years of experience with Park County weed and pest, we have a really bad noxious weed here. It's called hound's tongue. It is a poisonous plant. It's all over the place. It's attached to every critter out there, from bunny rabbits to grizzly bears. There's a biocontrol bug that it was approved for release in Canada and not the US. It's a weevil, and it's a root miner. So the female, she lays her eggs down by the roots, and they hatch and they crawl down and they eat the inside of the root out. And we wanted to get that in the United States and Wyoming for a long time, couldn't get the permits. Well, this little weevil, he started coming down on his own into Montana, Idaho, and Washington. We've been looking for him for years, hoping that he would show up. It was found by our staff last August, right down here on the Shoshone River. So we collected samples of it, had that confirmed by some professors out of Montana State. We have him. We're the first county in the state to have him. We'll have transects and monitoring set up in June, and we plan to, if we find enough of him, a collectible population, we're going to move him around the county, somewhere in the northern half of Park County and somewhere in southern part of Park County, probably down the Wood River Gooseberry drainage down here. The north part, we haven't decided exactly where. And hound's tongue is just a really tough plant to control. It's hard to kill, where it grows, how it's transported. And this little insect, he's targeted. That's all he's going to eat. He flies to it. He kills it. Some of the areas we just can't treat hound's tongue with pesticides because the off-target damage is greater than the control that it would provide us. We maintain our own GIS database of treatments and location information. We've maintained that GIS database from the early 2000s, so we know where all of our treatments were, what we used, when it was done, who found it, all that kind of stuff. And we do use that, and we use it in our private landowner treatment agreements. We have pesticide sales in Powell, Cody, Meeteetse, our main warehouse there in Powell. We sell a lot of pesticides to the public. That's our main base operations. We also have a little shed out here in Cody, right in front of the road and bridge, which you guys have graciously offered that to the weed and pest over the years. Mary McKinney, she operates that. And then we have an agreement with the town of Meeteetse. We have a little shed there, literally a shed, and it's for anybody can buy it, but it's primarily for Meeteetse people. They save a trip and they can go get their pesticides there. The town of Meeteetse facilitates those transactions, and then they're billed directly to us, or the pesticide is billed to the landowner through us. technical assistance. We do a lot of on-site consultations and recommendations to landowners in Park County. I don't know how many we do a lot. And especially in the last 2 years, since everybody has moved here, one of the things that we do now, and seriously, when we get these, a person calls us, they have a phone number and an address, this is what they want, and we Google the zip code. And it's just amazing where people are from. They're coming here, then, they don't know what kind of weeds they have or a starting point. We call them and we go out and have a lot of good conversations with those people. Mary, through her subdivision and special use permit, what she does, that part of her job, the other part of her job responsibilities is education and outreach and awareness. So she does a lot of brown bag lunches for adults, field activities for kids. I can't go through all the stuff that Mary does. It's quite a bit. We have a website, social media. We do a lot of, one thing I'm proud of that we do is we get invited to several subdivision homeowners association meetings, and those always occur at night. And we're able to make that happen. And we reach a lot of people in those subdivisions. There's a lot of issues, and noxious and nuisance weeds are definitely one of them. We apply and administer a lot of different grants. Some of the examples of the grants that we've received is the pesticide registration fee grant. That's through the state. We are currently in year 2 of one of those projects. We get grants, Forest Service grants through the state and private forestry grant, the WWNRT, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Wild Sheep Foundation, the Wyoming Sportsman, the Wildlife Fund, and the National Fish and Wildlife Fund, as amongst others. When they used to have grants for the household hazardous waste days and pesticide collection, we used to get those too, but those grants have kind of evaporated away. We do systematic surveys across the county for our high priority species, and most importantly for stuff that we don't have yet, like Medusa head and Vetonata and Palmer amaranth. We've looked from north to south, east to west, and we haven't found any of those yet. I'm proud to say we're going to be the first district in the basin and outside of Northeast Wyoming. We were invited to participate in a satellite remote sensing project. And we have a 25,000 acre block that is going to be monitored for several months, starting in June through August, probably. Those 3 invasive grasses, cheatgrass, everybody knows is a bad thing. Medusa head and Vetonata, they're 2 other annual grasses. Annual grasses, they complete their life cycle in 1 year. They grow tall and fast, and they have a lot of biomass and a lot of fuel. And they're like matchsticks out there. And annual grasses have led to a lot of the big wildfires that we've had in the West are from those annual grasses. Vetonata and Medusa head we do not have yet. It is in Montana, and we have this 25,000 acre block. It's going to be along the state line from about the intersection where the Highway 120 leaves the state is going to be the eastbound. The northbound is the Montana state line, and it's going to extend to the west. So those plants, they mature at different times of the year. One turns silver, one turns purple, one turns lime green. So the satellite, this company that the state of Wyoming is working with, they have different algorithms and a bunch of stuff that they do, and they can try to pick those colors out of the landscape and do their predictive model. And they say, this looks awful weird. You guys need to go check that out. And so we're going to be on board with that this year. So I'm really happy with that. The staff at Park County Weed and Pest, we participate in a lot of different statewide committees. Currently, we hold the chairmanship to the State Allocations Committee. That committee, there's 5 members around the state, 3 from the Weed and Pest, 1 from the Board of Ag, and 1 from the director of the Department of Ag. They award legislative appropriations to the various weed and pest districts, and right now it's $1.5 to $2 million per year. So it's nice to have somebody on that. I serve in that position. It's nice to have somebody from Park County to serve on that. We also chair the Wyoming Weed and Pest Council Legislative Committee, and we have members on the Weed and Pest Council Education, GIS, Biocontrol, and one of our staff is on the University of Wyoming Seed Lab Advisory Group. One of the big things we do is we are coordinators and cat herders, and we organize a lot of projects from small to large scale projects. and I'm gonna try to move a little bit faster here. The one thing that we do a lot of is organize large cheatgrass projects. Since 2018, we have sprayed 19,000 solid acres in Park County, and we've treated a lot of that. We use that, those are aerial treatments, and we either map them or we can see them from the air. So we may cover a 10-acre block, but we may only spray 1 acre of it because we're just trying to focus on where the cheatgrass is. Last year, we did 6,200 acres down, and we call it the Stage Stop Project down between Cody and Meeteetse. The Meeteetse Rim was the southern boundary of that. And I think I went over my 13 minutes, Madam Chair.
You're good. No, it's great information.
And a lot of the facts and figures are in our annual report right there. We'd be happy to answer any of those questions on there. And I'm just trying to summarize what we did and kind of what we do.
I have one for you as we look at being in the horse world and looking at weed-free haze and those kinds of things to move around the county. How often do you have to, excuse me, inspect those fields that are certified weed-free? Is it every year?
Every cutting.
Every cutting.
Mm-hmm. So
spend a lot of time doing that then.
We do.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And it's good. It's a lot of outreach with the producer, and it gets us out in the field. And we find stuff out there we didn't know about through those inspections. So, but yeah, it's every cutting.
Okay, thank you.
Josh, I was talking to Tom Ruhlman about 2 or 3 years ago, and we were discussing of all things drones for search and rescue. And he had made a comment that he was possibly going to be working with weed and pest flying some country. Did that ever happen? And did it produce anything?
It did happen up on the North Fork, and he was doing fixed wing stuff, and he did do some surveys. And I think he did some last year. Mary, did he find that leaf? Where did Mary go? Did he find that leafy spurge on Wall Creek? Or was that somebody else?
I found that.
Okay.
I found that. However, yeah, he was fixed wing equipment. Okay, he had some issues with that. Okay, he had some issues with that. We haven't given up on him using that, however. So again, here this spring, we'll try to get that out. The reason for the fixed wing is because it has 2 hours of flight time.
Right.
Versus, the smaller ones that only have 15-20 minutes. So we really want to get that fixed wing going. He was able to do some surveys for us, like Josh mentioned, with a smaller unit, but we really want to get that fixed wing going.
And following up on that, a friend of mine has a very expensive drone, but he uses for search and rescue. But one of the things they're able to do with these new technology, you kind of mentioned it with the satellite stuff, but they're able to go in with this system and scan a specific color. For instance, if they're looking for a missing person, they were able to pick out the smallest piece of orange under canopy with this thing. And I wonder if that has any application, because you can actually scan like a particular weed, and then it'll actually go out, and then they come back and run it through this algorithm program, and it picks it out. Boom. I mean, it was amazing that the guy they found in, I think, Arizona with that system, but it's up and coming. But if they're doing it with satellite, I wonder if that's some application for more of a local level, if that equipment was available, and what, it's $20,000, but the amount of manpower I think it would save.
And we've looked into that. There's other weed pest districts that have those types of drones around the state. We're looking into that. And some of our noxious weeds, they have unique colors. Purple loosestrife is like a real magenta. Leafy spurge is like a real kind of a brilliant lime green, and it would work really well with those. There's some other flowers out there that are kind of blend in with the natives, and it's going to be teased out. But yes, we're definitely looking at that, and Tom Roman has helped us out with that. And that's the only way to some of these big areas, especially down in Meeteetse, where it's hard to get to some of those areas. We could use it in that to give us a lead to go into those areas.
I know we're about out of time, but I want to really thank you, Josh, for coming in. I just think it's amazing that all the different things that they do, and not just in the weed control part, but in the public relation part too. Mary, as well as the whole staff working with the public. So if you haven't had a chance to really look through that 37-page annual report, it's amazing. You would not believe all the things that they do.
Well, and I appreciate you guys' help on our subdivisions and stuff when we have those reviews. And I know that Mary's gone in and looked at the land use plan, and I'm assuming you have too, some Josh, of how that works. And I think there's a misunderstanding sometimes about how we all work together and we need you guys, you know, to do some of that stuff for us because we're not educated in that level. So I really appreciate what you do.
Well, with thanks for, we appreciate what the commissioners did, I believe in 2008 to make that part of the planning regulations. And I think it's done a lot of good and we appreciate the partnerships with the county.
Thank you.
Just a quick mention, you list a lot of these weeds, which are all on my lawn. And then
Yes, I know.
all the beetles and all that stuff. I shouldn't be killing all those beetles because they're maybe getting rid of the weeds or.
Yes, the special ones don't kill.
You haven't found a biocontrol agent for Russian olive yet, have you?
Actually, they're working on it and it has been released it's approved in the United States, not Canada yet. And actually, Park County Weed and Pest, we help fund some of that overseas research and we're on the list to get Russian olive midges that won't kill the tree. But what they'll do is they attack the little fruits.
Oh.
And the flowers. And so it's not going to produce as many seeds, but it won't destroy trees.
For that weevil, do they fly? Did they come from Canada through Montana down to Wyoming, or did somebody bring the weevil down?
I think both.
Okay.
Okay.
Both. But they are strong flyers.
We welcome them.
Yes, we do.
Thank you very
All right.
much.
Thank you.
Appreciate the
Thanks, Mark.
update. Okay. And thank you to your board members for all their service too.
Madam Chair, Commission, just so you know, we are having an open house later this fall. So
Oh.
you're welcome to come and we'll have a lot of our program information out and equipment there for everybody to come and see and
Okay.
maybe a few giveaways.
Okay, make sure you drop us a note on.
I will certainly
Okay.
do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, you can see from the board members here, we're a bunch of old gray heads. But we've had enough sense to hire some young, energetic people. And we've got excellent staff.
Yes, you
I'd like
do.
to commend them, too.
Thank you. Thanks. Yes, they do a great job.
Thanks
Thanks.
again.
Sorry, I can't feed you dinner like you do me.
What's that?
I guess, sorry, I can't feed you dinner like you do me when I come to your meetings.
Well, then you come more often.
By the way.
Are you the young, energetic guy that they got, Larry?
Any and all of you are always welcome to come. Every month we have a meeting and it's the last Tuesday of the month. So please, if you want, like Lloyd does, come.
Okay.
Is it
Free
good?
lunch.
Is it good food?
It's really good food.
Okay, when was that again?
All ahead, you can even order what you want. Say, I really like lasagna. Next thing meeting you go to, they serve lasagna.
What was that again? Second, what do you say?
Last Tuesday. of the
Last
month.
Tuesday of the month.
Oh, man.
Hi. Have a seat at the table. Next thing on our agenda is an interview for the Predator Board. Harry, I hope I can say your last name correctly. Longobardi?
You got it.
Okay.
And you can call me Jerry.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I guess the first thing is if you tell us a little bit about yourself and your interest in being on the Predator Board.
Yeah, I'm retired from Wyoming Game and Fish and I live in a little place on the Graybull River down by the Sleeper. I was the game warden in Matiti for 17 years and then 5 years in Jackson, and I started my career in bags. Before that, I worked on ranches from Arizona, Montana, Wyoming. I was actually range con for 2 years with the Forest Service and worked with a lot of sheep operators. Jim Gagnon and other guys, and was also a hunting guide in Alaska and Montana and Idaho, and been a hunter my whole life. So I think I have a lot of experience. I have a real interest in predators and I'm a student of history. I've read a lot about the history of predator control and it's pretty fascinating. And times are changing rapidly, as we all know. And anyway, I think I could be an asset to the Predator Board.
Okay. Have you served on other boards in the past? Doesn't matter where, but other boards on the past, understand board work, how that all works?
Yeah, I worked on that natural resource board with you earlier, a year or two ago. And just trying to think what else. can't think anything off the top of my head.
Okay. Questions?
Well, I really don't have any. I've known Jerry for a while.
Yeah.
He definitely
I
comes.
think I
with
know
the
everybody
experience.
here except Scott and Lloyd. I think I know Lee pretty well and
I guess I'm gonna go ahead. Harry, thanks for applying, but do you understand what your position would be on the board and what your duties would be? I mean, as far as,
you know, I know. You know, I've read about the board and, you know, there's 19 districts, I guess, in the state, and a lot of your money comes from the ADMB, and since that's state funding, you have to have a sportsman representative on the board.
right,
And the exact duties, I guess, I don't know what the
Well,
exact duties are for
well,
sure.
and I think
To
it's important. The
represent,
interest is the main thing. Truly is. And I was on the Predator board for 6 years before, and then ever since I've been this commissioner, I've been the liaison. I actually think Lee was on it as well before he was commissioner and acted as liaison. But I think it's important that, you know, going ahead, you still have time to back out. But in a nutshell, you work the budget. Similar to us. I mean, they get a pot of money. The board itself is made up of 3 sheepmen, 3 cattlemen, 3 sportsmen, and 1 at large. And so basically you're a voting member of that board on how that money is spent and how you move forward on projects and things like that. You're exactly right. Actually the USDA kicked in some money for the sportsman representatives to represent that board as far as predator management. So and as a sportsman, you're going to look at wildlife basically, and your interest in obviously background has good expertise there. But it's amazing. In the past, we've had people apply that, well, I can't wait to go shoot them. Well, that's not your job. That's not what you will be doing. You may be able to accompany some and see how they do, and you'll be involved in some of the decisions. But more than anything, it's a budget deal. But
yeah, and I understand, you know, part of the mission statement, science-based management, money's tight.
Yeah.
For everybody, country's in serious debt.
Yeah.
I believe the money should be used pretty judiciously. You know, I think the days of just flying around and shooting coyotes because they're coyotes, I'd have a problem with that, I'll admit. But if they're causing problems, I don't have a problem with it.
yeah,
And I think we just need to be efficient and put our money where the problems are and where it can do the most good.
and the state kicks in some money, but a big chunk of it does come from the stock growers. So that's why they are on there. You know, every brand inspection is
$1, I think.
$1 for goes directly to that. So, I mean, but wildlife thrown in there when the state started kicking money in, wildlife was just as important and having an effect for predators as well. So, yeah.
Any other?
No, I just had a comment. It's kind of interesting to talk about budgets tight. You just don't fly around shooting helicopters at airplanes anymore. I bumped into one on a gentleman on, I'll call it Peaks last year when I was patrolling. And he had a dog kind of covered in blood. And I asked if everything's okay, but he was using that dog to run and be bait for coyotes. And he would run, the coyotes would run back the truck and he'd shoot him.
Oh,
And the coyote was a bait dog, but the blood was on him was from
Something else.
he just rolling in the blood in the truck, but using dogs now to shoot coyotes.
To bait 'em.
That was,
Wow.
yeah, one of my very best friends he's actually private in Texas where, you know, private ranchers actually hire him, sheep and goat producers, which telling me they got problems. You know, if a rancher writes a check $5,000 every month, he's got a problem. But Ed was one of the first guys that started using dogs, and it's pretty amazing.
Commissioner?
That brings me back in when I was in high school in Great Falls, we would shoot coyotes for beer money, turn those in. So we don't do that.
Beer money?
Well, way back then.
Yeah. That's true.
Probably true.
Would there be any problems? Do you see anything, you showing up to meetings, anything that might take you away from showing up to meetings? Any other projects you have going?
Last summer I was gone a lot. This summer I'm going to the Brooks Range in Alaska in August. And, I'm gonna probably stick around home more than.
You can Zoom.
Yeah, probably not out of the Brooks Range.
Probably not.
But this year I should be around if I got some heads up.
Anything else? I think we're good.
All righty.
Thanks, Jerry.
We'll be,
Thank you.
be
Thank
in
you.
touch. Thank you. Kristen,
All right. All right.
the next thing on our agenda, Kristen Fong with Northwest Regional Director, Wyoming Business Council on Business Council updates.
Yes, that's me. And I haven't gotten a chance to meet some of you, I think, in this official capacity. So anyway, it's nice to see you. Thanks for having me. And I won't take much time. I just wanted to share some updates and introduce myself, especially to Mr. Stewart. I haven't met you yet.
Nope.
Kristen, hello. Yeah, thanks for having me. So the Business Council has a lot of different projects going on, and you might have heard the good news about 2 different projects that were recently approved in Park County. So the first one is Meeteetse Community Center. And that will be a grant for $750,000 to help them build their first gathering space that'll hold more than like 25 people. So that's a really exciting project for them. And of course, they'll hire local contractors and local construction to get the job done. So I think they're going to break ground this spring, which is pretty exciting. And I'm happy to have walked them through that whole process. So Brody Bennett Cirrus is the kind of lead on that, along with Angie Johnson. So anyway, that's exciting news for Meeteetse. And then the other project that we've got is the Cody Legacy Meats project. So they're up on 2AB currently, and they're going to expand into a new facility that's owned by Forward Cody. And Forward Cody is then leasing that property to Legacy Meats. So the revenue that Forward Cody will generate from leasing to that business will in turn benefit future community projects that they've got identified already. And I'm sure you're very familiar with James Klessens and all the work that he does. You're on their board as well. And so it's a really, really exciting project for Cody. And in talking to Legacy Meats lately, they've got amazing things planned. So I think it's only going up from here. So the other projects that I've been working on is some studying, really. I'm in a class actually at Harvard's School of Government to learn about economics and how policy and procedure and how projects can develop through collaboration and through efforts statewide to try to see like where are the barriers to our growth and what are the hiccups that we're experiencing as a state. The biggest one is the global decarbonization. So as we shift away from oil usage globally, what are the other areas that Wyoming can excel in? And what are the skills that we maybe already possess and the know-how that we already possess that we can apply in innovative areas? So basically that's, there's a barrier there or like a challenge that we're facing, and how do we move into that area, into like new areas, I guess. So the work that we're doing with Harvard is a 2-year contract. The Business Council has contracted with them. They've pulled together all the data and they've published what they call a growth perspective, which basically is this 100-page document that shares the history of Wyoming, how our small population sometimes limits our capacity for growth, which also is a benefit that we have great access to government and to the officials and the leaders that lead us. And so there's like challenges and opportunities there. And so they're helping us kind of identify using data where the opportunities are. So it's been a super fascinating project. I am a historian by trade. I am not a business person necessarily. I'm learning how that all relates. But it's been really, really interesting. So we'll continue to work with them for another year. We're just about halfway through our contract, and we'll put some processes in place with their guidance, and there's a big team of Wyomingites working alongside them, right? And so I'm one of them. So if you have questions about that, I would happily answer them. And then what I can do is send Molly maybe the link to that document if you're interested in reading through it.
Sure.
It is like 100 pages. But there's an executive summary that's only 2 pages.
Just said that part.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Even if you just read that part, I think you'll find it really interesting. And it kind of like, it puts some of this stuff that we're aware of in better context, right? Like trying to understand how we got to this place that we're at and where we're going, and how we can get there. I guess it's like a roadmap. So that project is called Pathways to Prosperity.
Okay.
So, we also have a leadership academy that we're going to be starting this spring. And that is a partnership that the Business Council has established with Leadership Wyoming, of which I think some of you are graduates, right? You've gone through?
No, I did Park
Okay.
Counties.
Oh, Park County, that's right. Okay. So it'll be a great combination of the leadership training that Leadership Wyoming offers, along with a deeper dive into how economic development works and how you can use leadership skills to identify growth, right? And to help your community grow. So it'll be a cohort of 40-ish people from around the state. And the first session is actually going to be taking place in Park County in June. So location TBD, but they've identified Cody and Powell as the primary as that first round. So
Cool.
that'll be great.
Okay.
All right. Those are all my updates. I'm looking at my notes.
No, you've been busy. There's been a lot going on and a lot of
Yeah.
thought processes and
Mhm.
preliminary applications and things to look at. And we really
Mhm.
appreciate your help and your review and a lot of that.
Well, thank you. Yeah. It's fun. I get to work with James and with Rebecca Burns and the town of Meeteetse. And I mean, there are some really incredible leaders and ideas floating around. And so it's always wonderful when projects can actually get together and happen.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Thanks.
yeah, Mr. Taylor.
Quick on legacy meat.
Mhm.
I was confused. I thought that was a done deal. I went to it. In fact, I thought it was like a congratulations ceremony over at Holiday Inn about a year and a half ago, and here we're just now it's happening. And I've heard
Yeah.
different rumors. I mean, is it like a 60 animal or 100 animal? How big is it, man?
So I guess in response to your first question, it was a done deal and then ownership changed. So
Is that what
Legacy
happened?
Meats sold from Frank Schmidt to a new owner, and that initial grant that they were awarded from the EDA, which is federal monies, will transfer with the new owner. And so we had to kind of make sure that was
So this is
okay.
in addition
So this
to-
is in addition
Oh,
to, because they've got even bigger plans, I think, than the original owner had in mind for the project.
Okay.
So this is an additional $1 million grant, and then an almost another $1 million in loan to make sure that the project can scale up to how the business wants it to be. And that is all forward Cody's, logistics and happening with that. So,
And I'll visit more with you.
so yes, I mean, it was like a congratulatory, yes, you got federal dollars. And then it was like, oh, we have a new owner and now we want to scale up even more. So it will be over 100 head a day. Yep. And they've got plans, I believe, to work in the nutraceuticals as well. So some of the remaining, right, that you don't sell as meat product, the byproduct can be used for like collagen capsules and protein supplements, etc., which is gnarly, but there's a huge market for it apparently. So
Use the whole
Yeah.
animal. Is there?
exactly. And then it's less landfill, right? Which is, I mean, that's a huge deal actually, and less waste in money, right? Because people will buy that. So,
Yep.
yeah.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll see you soon.
Yes, sounds good.
Okay. Well, we have a couple minutes. Anybody need a couple minutes break or do you want to keep moving?
Rock and roll.
Okay. The next thing on our agenda is a Predator Board interview with Jim Shore. If you would like to come up to the chair. Yes, first thing, Jim, when you're comfortable there, if you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in being on it. I know we do have your application in front of us, but what your thoughts are.
Well, I've lived here my whole life. Worked for an oil and gas company my whole career. Been a lifelong hunter. I've done a lot of things. I was road ambulances and Park County Search and Rescue, National Ski Patrol. But being retired now, I live up on Heart Mountain. In the last 6 years, the Game and Fish has captured 4 grizzlies where I live. So they're coming down and more of them. But my, goal to be on this board is probably to represent everybody, to listen to everybody, to learn, and I think that especially with the large carnivores, the grizzlies and the wolves, which is controlled by the federal government. At some point, as we get less game animals, and we're going to eventually run into some problems. And of course, we need to control the smaller predators for a lot of people. And so my goal is to listen and learn, and then, talk to people, bring those, the board. And I believe that the Predator Board does a lot of good. And so I'm retired, so I have the time. And so that's kind of a brief overview of my life. And
you mentioned some of your other activities with Ski Patrol and Search and Rescue and that. Have you been on the boards of those or an active member within those groups?
I was pretty much like I was on the National Ski Patrol for I'm retired from that. But most of that was at Red Lodge Mountain. And I was mostly, just patrolling. And that was 5 days a week. And, we would, at Red Lodge Mountain, we'd have 30 to 35 accidents a day, so taking care of people. I know there was a lot of days that the Red Lodge Hospital would be going like, quit sending people down here because the hallway's full and the ER's full, and say, well, send them to Billings. But no, I never was in the management of any of those. I was, just the controller.
Okay.
So.
Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Stewart?
Well, clarification. One, I remember Search and Rescue years
Yes.
ago, and you made a comment of less animals being around. Is that why you have on here an unpunched 22 elk tag? Or is that to show residents?
That's mean.
That you're correct. We've hunted the upper Wood River our whole, and we get permits for the national forest, and there just isn't hardly any elk on the national forest. They're all down on the ranches, and I don't blame them. you know, I know a gentleman from, he has the grazing permit on Deer Creek. And, he drives these cattle up and they're down at the road the next morning. You can't keep them up there.
It's amazing just driving between Cody and Matisse now. They ought to live on the highway out there on 120.
Yeah.
Jim, you mentioned that you're retired. You'd have no problem, I mean, attending meetings or
No.
you know.
I'll give them as much time as they want.
Okay.
And I will, you know, I think if I'm selected for this board, when you first get on the board, you just need to spend extra time studying and listening and learning so you can be a productive member. And but you know, I mean, but we still have to control all the predators, which, you know, from large to small. There's a group in Jackson Hole who, and they have a lot of money behind them. They want to stop trapping altogether. And so, you know, that's kind of a serious situation for skunks and coyotes and fox. And we're getting more people, you know, that they don't believe in that. And, you know, I respect their views, but on the other hand, we can't get predators out of control because that starts to hurt the economy. And so one idea I did have was, as far as, you know, because the federal government controls the grizzlies and the wolves, is maybe you know, we'd have to, like, I know Harriet Hagman just introduced a bill but get people like that, or, you know, even, you know, somebody from a county commission that was willing, some Forest Service people, you know, maybe get a quorum of people from the 3 states, Montana, Wyoming, and Idaho, that could sit down with some of the federal people and, you know, talk about real world things that could be done to kind of keep the status quo. Now, I don't know how hard that would be to do, you know, I mean, but I think that's one thing that, and, you know, and obviously if you can get the state representative, and I'm sure Harriet Hagman would be willing to do that. But, you know, you know, the federal government has so much control. And, you know, I don't know if you guys have had to deal with those people.
Yes, we do.
That must be a yes. Yeah, it's so that's kind of what I'm hoping, that, because I believe, I mean, I think you live up the North Fork. Or don't you?
Not anymore.
Oh, okay. But like I say, we live up on Hart Mountain by the George Farm, and in the last 6 years, they've caught 4 down there.
I'm
So
just down below you, so would you keep them up by your house if you don't mind?
yeah, well, the first one that they caught, Richard and Phyllis Prater, who are neighbors, the raccoons were getting into their dog food because they have a dog kennel. So Phyllis went down and put up a game camera. She was beating on our door about 5:30 the next morning, so we let her in. She had a laptop. She opened it up, and here's this big sow grizzly holding that dog food up. So she called the Game and Fish, and so they came out and they told her that that grizzly had been there for 6 months. They knew it, but they didn't tell anybody. But they also told Phyllis that east of Highway 14, 16, 20 is really not their affiliation in the US Fish and Wildlife Service is supposed to be doing that. So, but I mean, you can't kill a grizzly anywhere as far as I know. So, but, but we have a lot of predators, big to small. And I guess this board is, we're working more with the small ones. And so I have the time, obviously I'm a sportsman. I would like my grandchildren to have the same opportunities I have. We don't like to get, if they want to go hunting. And
Jim, thanks. I have a standard question but I don't know that it's really relevant with you because it sounds like you know what you're getting into here with this board. And that is, do you understand your role as a board member if you were selected and what you would be doing with the Predator Board? Obviously you know somewhat about it because you've sent in your license and that's actually a requirement to be a sportsman and sit on this board. The other is a term limit, but it's 2 terms. But at any rate, you need to elaborate. I don't think you do, but
well,
representing. The reason I bring that up, we've had people interviewed before that thought they were going to get to actually go out and shoot predators.
No.
I mean, you can do what you want, but that's not your role.
I understand, my role would be to represent the sportsmen.
Right.
And then anything else that they may want, but rest assured, I would not go outside of my role. I would stay in my role and just help the Predator Board in any way I can.
Right. And with that, as a board, I mean, just to give you a little bit of heads up, maybe you already know this, it's somewhat financed by stock growers through brand inspections, and then the state throws money in there, and basically as a board, you control that monies and have a voting say as to how those are spent, whether it's a more fixed wing versus chopper or groundwork and such, and then actually contract with the wildlife services. But we do actually get at least part of the wolves, everything this side of 120.
Right.
What side am I on? The other side of 120. But right now.
Right.
So we do monitor or work on those predators. Work hopefully someday with the grizzlies as well. But thank you for applying. And you're absolutely right. There's a lot of time spent on the smaller ones as well. And everybody's against trapping until they have that skunk or that coon in their flower bed.
Well, I want to, as far as predators, I think if you're on this board, you need to be concerned with the small ones, but you need also, the livestock producers and the sheep people, because they affect everybody. So.
Any other questions from the commissioners?
Well, Jim, I appreciate you applying. I like your resume. I see that you're a farrier. Do you have any extra time? I've got plenty of.
I have quit shooting.
I also noticed on that license, you got a hell of a birthday, so.
Oh.
Was it yours?
It's his first.
Oh.
So your birthday's March 8th?
Yeah.
Really?
Happy birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday tomorrow.
Commissioner Mangle?
You're not still skiing, are you?
Yes.
Weren't you on crutches not too long ago?
I was, but I'm still skiing because, a body that stays in motion keeps in motion.
As long as you're not tumbling.
That's true.
You look a lot better than the last time I saw you. So.
Yeah, well, the doctors told my wife I was going to die after I got run over. And that main surgeon in Billings, he said like, he go, Jim, you're supposed to be dead. And I go, well, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Don't apologize to your doctor.
Yeah, but anyway, and I noticed that Commissioner Stewart is not wearing a badge. That's how observant I am.
And I have to say, I'm not missing it. I miss the people. I miss a lot of things, but I guess that.
Well, Daryl's gonna do a Austin.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You know, but, my years in the rescue squad, I was just glad I wasn't the sheriff. Okay,
Thank you.
okay,
Thanks for coming in. We'll let you know.
you bet.
So, thanks for your application.
The reason this tag is unconscious is because he's now smart enough not to shoot.
Oh. Oh, you know.
Leave that to his kids.
Yeah, all the work begins.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Josh, I could just send him out there. Yeah. I guess we should keep that quiet.
Thanks. Molly, I think our next application just signed into Zoom.
Mr. Trezano.
Yes.
It's one of, yeah. He's got. The trash.
Oh, that's okay. Okay.
Yeah.
We're moving a little bit ahead. So the next thing on our agenda is another Predator Board interview with Richard Trezano. And I think you're joining us on Zoom, so appreciate you doing that.
Howdy.
Hi there.
How you doing?
The first thing, we're good. I think the first thing I'd like you to do is tell us a little bit about yourself and then tell us why you're interested in being on the Predator Board.
My name is Richard Trezano, nicknamed Rick. My voice is kind of shot. I do a bunch of volunteer work in New York, where I currently am right this second. I coach a high school lacrosse team, so my voice is kind of gone because I've been screaming at high school kids.
Understood.
But I got to learn to use the whistle more. But I currently live in up on the South Fork, towards the end of South Fork on Hunter Creek Road. So I've retired from my business back in 2017. I had an international cargo transportation company and offices throughout the United States and Asia and Europe. Sold that business, retired, moved out to lovely Park County, Cody, Wyoming, and I've been there ever since. I do maintain houses in both New York and Florida. I kind of do New York for the lacrosse season, and then I do Florida for January and February. So I'm an avid hunter. I own an outfitting company up on the South Fork. We have a camp out in the Thoroughfare, Constant Quest Outfitters, where we would run an outfitting company in hunting season. We also do summer pack trips from the ranch. So I mean, I've been an avid hunter my whole life, conservationist, hunted all over the world. And I am a father of 4. I'm awaiting my first granddaughter coming in May of this year. And I have 2 other children. One's getting married in May, one's getting married in August. So things are really bright in the Trezano household.
Cool. And what's your interest in serving on the Predator Board?
Well, I'm an avid outdoorsman. I'm really interested in not only serving on the board, but learning a little bit more about how you guys deal with it and how I can help and serve the county itself. So it's kind of not only something I'm interested in my whole life, but it's something that I'd like to learn more about as well.
Okay, thank you. In the things that you've done other than owning a company, have you sat on other boards of this type anywhere?
I have not. I've sat on other business boards. I've sat on transportation boards, non-for-profit boards. I've sit currently on 2 youth organizations, 1 football organization and 1 lacrosse organization board. And actually I sat on the Parks and Recreation Board for town of Eastchester for 10 years, where we were a volunteer board and we took care of all the parks and recreation in town.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Teal?
I will ask my standard. Richard, thanks for applying. My question to the rest of the interview or applicants was if you understood your role as a board member, and I'll just give you a little quick heads up, and you may already know, but the board consists of 10, 3 sheep producers, 3 cattle producers, 3 sportsmen like this application that you are, and 1 at large. The board was for years and years was run strictly by stock growers through a fee from brand inspections, and the money kind of didn't go very far. So the state a few years ago implemented some funds, which with it came strings, which you're attached to now, of the sportsman position. So and the only reason I ask this question is in the past, we've had people apply thinking they were actually going to be part of a predator control group that actually went out and shot, like government, that we call them government trappers. That is not your role. You will sit in a decision-making fashion with the rest of the board, basically to allocate where the funding is best spent. And I guess there's not really a question in there other than, are you still willing to throw your name in this?
I'm aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to get a badge and go out and shoot coyotes and wolves all week.
And did you hold a current Wyoming license last night? And are you a current Wyoming resident or you're New York?
I'm a Wyoming resident. Have a Wyoming driver's license. Yes.
And you held a hunting license last year?
I did.
Okay.
I guess one other question, you mentioned just the other houses and the other kind of commitments that you have with lacrosse and stuff. Do you see any reason that you wouldn't be able to attend most of the meetings or how they're set up? Is that a problem, or you would make an effort to do that?
I would make an effort. I mean, there might be times where, if the meeting is at a certain time and I'm out of state, is it possible to connect by Zoom, or is every single meeting have to be in person?
Usually.
From what I understand from people that have been on that board, that not in the past, it has not been set up that way. I don't know if they currently are or not, but you could check into that, but just.
Okay.
Okay.
The winter meetings, the January, February meeting, not a problem to attend. I'm just spending winter in Florida, but I can be out in Wyoming anytime I want. The March, April, and May meetings, I am committed to this lacrosse season.
Okay. Other questions from the commissioners?
Thanks for applying, Rick.
All right, guys. Have a great day.
Okay, thank you.
Take care.
How often does the predatory board meet?
What's that?
How often do they meet? Back in my day, they met once a year.
2 to 3 times. Yeah. The next meeting is next Tuesday. And he's not gonna be able to make it.
What's that? Flying H. You bought the Flying H and
Is that the very long one?
very last one on Hunter Creek Road, and then he bought the property right next to it. Like, what the heck was that? Jackie Strain and her husband ran it for a long time. But he put them all together.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I thought that was the guy you visited with him on hunting camp or something here. I know what you were. Dave Benson that runs the Rick.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a good friend of mine.
Yeah. No,
You
Rick.
told me you were up there helping out.
No, I was having them cut my meat. They put in a butcher shop.
I know.
Hired their own butcher and.
I know, it's it's pretty nice, but it's right next to Dave's house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and but they're just throwing it out like carcasses and blood and shit right out there.
Well, there's somebody who's up to, I better shut up. Oh, no, it's an ongoing investigation. That's why they're not talking about it.
No, I like them all, but I like Jim.
Is that all of the?
That all the ones were.
It is, right? Yeah, we had the 3. So we have Jerry, the first interview, and Jim Shorb and Richard Trezano.
Yep.
But I thought I saw.
I agree.
Pardon?
How many spots?
1. Yep. So, and you said Jim.
I like Jim, yeah.
I do.
You agreed?
I'm
Scott,
sure
what are your
they can-
thoughts?
Oh.
You just.
That's travel council.
Oh, yeah, that's later. Travel council.
We do have another interview, but it's
Oh.
for
We have-
Park County Travel Council.
Well, we're not even interviewing them because there's only the two and they're existing, so we just show
Okay,
their.
I just saw the names in there. That's why I was.
Oh, yeah, no, they're not for this.
Yeah, I think, Jim or Jerry, either one. I mean, they got the experience, I guess.
Is it Jerry or Harry?
He goes by Jerry.
Jerry.
I mean, I think he has probably the most experience, but I kind of look towards Jim a little bit and that he has a lot more time and probably ability to be the meetings. But I think either one, I don't know. You can't go wrong with either one of them, I don't think.
Probably not. My opinion, I think Jim was a little more well-rounded. The worst thing you can do is have somebody, in my opinion, on any board going with an agenda. And just because you're a sportsman, you have to look at the big picture. One of the prerequisites for being a sportsman, which sometimes gets overlooked a little, is you're not supposed to own livestock. Horses don't count. But you have to admit that agriculture plays a big role in wildlife as well.
Sure.
So if you're not controlling one in the wildlife sector, so there's a happy medium there. So, and I just feel that Jim would be more well-rounded than Jerry or Harry or whatever. He'd be more specifically, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think everybody on it, even the stock producers are hunters most. I think even one of them. But you need to look at the big picture. And then one other thing, I guess should have brought up earlier about the liaison issue is the Predator Board put together, and they're actually building their second one this year, non-lethal. There's more funding and you get more money if you do without killing little puppies. So they put together a trailer with sound systems,
Remember you
motion sensors and things like, and actually they won an award with it and they're actually they're building a second one now. So, to everybody, it's,
What happens if you run over them with the trailer?
Oh, stop.
that works too.
Any thoughts there?
But I like Jim.
I have a big star next to Jim. I've known Jim for a long time. I think he would show up to every meeting and be there early. He will have an opinion on a lot of stuff, but he'll be there. Madam Chair, I move we appoint Jim Short to the Predator Board.
Second.
Sportsman position.
Been moved and seconded to appoint Jim Short for the sportsman position for the Predator Board. Any further discussion? None, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Molly, will you let?
Molly, you might mention to when you call them that next Tuesday is their
Next meeting.
What are you doing over there?
Okay, Mr.
Well, I'm trying to,
Technology.
it got a pop-up on the middle of what I was trying to read. 7 o'clock in the EOC room downstairs will be the draft budget meeting. Next Tuesday. So whoever, or when you called you.
Okay, with that, we are on lunch break until 1:15.
Do that. Nap time.
We'll go back to our agenda, our 115 agenda item, is appointments to the Park County Travel Board. We did advertise that and we only received 2 applications and they are existing current Park County Travel Board members. Therefore, didn't see the need to go through interviews. They've had interviews in the past, and so the applications are on SharePoint for you to take a look at. And those 2 people are Mike Darby and Rick Hollinghausen. So any thoughts, discussion? What do you want to do?
Madam Chair, I move to appoint Michael Darby and Rick Honeyhausen to the Travel Council Board.
Second.
Moved and seconded to make the appointments to the Travel Council Board with Mike Darby and Rick Hollinghausen. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Motion passes, and Molly will let them know that they're can start new terms. Okay. Next thing on our agenda, it's basically in-house to work on today, but on the ARPA funds. Are we on?
Yes.
Okay. I think we may be joined by Matitzi here before too long. But I want to thank Steve for putting all this together for us in the spreadsheets. If you go to those spreadsheets, you're going to see on our documentation here, you're going to see 2 different files. One is for the grant tracking. The second one on your files is for the original ARPA funds that have the COVID portion to it. It was $5,670,592. And a lot of that's been appropriated. We can go through that in a few minutes. The other file is the updated current 6 million that is supposed to total 12 million over a 2-year period that are general fund available funds. And we have a little bit in there that we've talked about also. So the point today is we have some things hanging out there that actually other organizations have asked for funding. And we've kind of left them hanging a little bit. And some of those organizations need to keep moving forward. So we thought, well, we'll take a look at where we are with the funds and if we want to commit any more and see what we've committed in the past. So we might start with the COVID funding file, which is the second one. And those are the funds that have to be used, have to be appropriated by 24, used by 26. And in your file here, you're going to see a couple of pages on the bottom left. You're going to see it says summary, and that's what you're looking on the first screen. If you look under the accounting tab, you're going to see every invoice that's been charged against these funds. And thanks, Steve, for putting that together. So not only for us, but for the auditors in the long run, because I know they're going to take a look at it, which is great. But we need to decide if any of the current requests that we have fit under this funding or need to go under the general fund funding. The general fund funding, there are not much for strings. The biggest string is that as long as we have that funding available and have not used it, we have to report on it. So if we use it all in a period of a year or 2 or 3, we're done reporting on it. If we stretch it out for a few years, we just have to do that report. The COVID funding is an annual report also, and that one's due in April. We've already done 1 year of that, and we have a report due in April of where we're at currently. So there's some projects that have been listed, and I think if you look at the COVID list under that ARPA funds, you're going to see down at the bottom, there's several projects that are in there. I think the ones that we have listed, just I guess for public input wise, we have Public Works at 150,000 for the sewer lagoons design improvement, and that one we don't really need anymore if we have the 2 million, do we?
Well, keep in mind, so we're at 4 million total is the project, so we need to provide that map to the other. So some of that design work's already been done.
Okay.
And we kind of made a little bit of a mistake. We've been applying bills that we've been with EA to the land fund. So and I asked Travis, I think it's about $20,000 worth of stuff. But that's what that was for, that 150 was for. But
okay. Do you still think we need to leave it there in case there's anything outside the other?
I don't know if it hurts it. What we could do is change it. It comes into where you want to put up the rest of that, put up that $2 million. If you see what I'm saying.
The 2 million's the next line.
Okay,
yeah.
So if you have that, I think we're probably
we don't need to hold the other 150. Okay. So that's one change that can be done right now on those totals. The next one down, we'll just talk about all these and then figure out where we want to go. The next one down is the Meeteetse Community Center. And we had a placeholder in there of her original request for 300,000. We have an updated request today from their outline that she sent that they've gotten a few more donations or grant monies, and they are down to needing 168,400. So that number can be adjusted as far as request, and then we can decide what we want to do. And we can't change the numbers in here. We're going to let Steve and Molly take care of that stuff so we don't mess things up. Let me put it that way. Lloyd, stay there. Flap extension, that's probably not going to be on this ARP funding. It'll probably be on more of the general funding ARP dollars. Would that be your understanding, Brian? Because that's a couple of years out.
Yeah, I think so. I think I think what Steve and I were talking, the HVAC and the sewer lagoons fits that type of funding.
Okay. Okay.
So which I don't know if there's enough there to do everything that's needed.
Right. Right. Okay.
Those definitely fit.
Okay, we'll move the flap over to the other funding to have that discussion. I think probably Willwood designs the same way, and we have that design and work in there at 4 million. That also would fit general, not COVID. Okay, so that needs to move over to the other funding. Steve?
Madam Chairman, that I put everything on the one just to keep it all in one place.
Right. Yeah, we just have to, right, and that's what we're trying to decide is where they might go, not approving them yet, but where they might fit. The other ones listed, the clerk treasurer software update. I don't know where we are on that, or if we've, okay.
On the way up, and it's still out there, but we're waiting for Tyler to get with Mike Connors to discuss, because it involves upgrading servers. That's why we can't go over into a new improved system because of the server issue, and Mike needs to get with them before we have a firm number on that. So it's still out there.
Okay. So I remember correctly, we talked about this, but city water to the PAL Annex. Did we decide not to do that at this point?
I think we decided not to. There was a complication with things that we have to do.
Okay.
Sidewalk.
Right. And the distance.
Yeah, that was my understanding.
You guys all agree with that we won't look at that right now? Okay. New computers, I'm not sure where that is. Voting booths. Helena Hands had asked for $50,000 there. Those can basically fit under both, because these new voting booths also do the separations of voters. So they do fit under the COVID needs for public work. So we can leave it there, or we can put it in the other one. It would fall under ballots. Yeah. All right. We're not going there. Okay. So that 50 is still hanging there, depending on what we want to do with that. And just update, I noticed that Brody joined us, and we did talk a little bit about just changing the amount of your request, Brody, from the 300 that we had originally on our form down to about the 168,400. We haven't made any decisions yet. We're just discussing what is on the list to be looked at.
Perfect. Thank you for the update. Sorry, I'm late.
Nope, no problem. We started early. One of the things that keeps coming up, and we'll have to look at through our buildings and grounds, is replacing windows, which probably again would fit better under the new general fund than it will under the COVID thing. GIS the same way, and the hydraulic study. The last few things, road and bridge cistern, water and health, I guess, can fit under either one of them. And that's 50,000. The Green Creek Road, again, that's a road, so that would be more general. So that would go in the other general funding money. And then the bridge, which we haven't had discussions on yet. We know there's over $12 million worth of bridges we could do, but anyway, you've got one listed here at CJS. And so we'll see where that goes, but that's again, general funding, probably not COVID related funding. So the HVAC is hanging out there. We all know that was supposed to be a close to $4.5 million project. We've spent a little bit of that on the design stuff so far. I think like 392,000 committed. we have 1.5 committed in this COVID stuff. We haven't done anything about committing the construction itself, another 3 million. So, yes, Brian.
That's right, not my, just that you might have said it, but so looks like what we've got in there as far as committed is what was this from HVAC was for the building automation system, which is under contract with the change order. And then I think once we're done with the design, we'll have a better idea of what that total is.
Okay.
But we all know what's out there, but we don't have that down in.
Okay, and it can fit under either one, general or COVID. So we're okay there. We also had two others that I don't know that Steve had the information for. We have the Powell Clarksport Conservation District, that if you all remember the conversation that we had with Ann, was they were looking for equipment and updating some of their equipment that no longer works very well or has broke completely. So she had provided us with a list a couple weeks ago. There's different equipment. There's 4 things listed. One's about $7,500. The other one, there's one for $98,000. Need an explanation on that one.
That's probably fine.
Okay, that would be good. It says 98,765. So, and then another one for 5,600 and another one for 4,000. So when we look at those, and then we also had the request from the Cody Conservation District for the 67,000 put toward an employee for 1.5 years to help them with their grants and what they're trying to do since their employee left, and a 15,000 possible look at there for a mail out election in November for the Cody Conservation District for their mill. Those are everything I remember knowing about at this point. If there's anybody else that thinks of anything else that.
We do have the 2 that are still hanging down below there.
Which ones are you?
Our county Sheriff's Foundation request and Donna Weldy. I'm gonna just, if we have to take action, I'm gonna say we take both of those off.
Okay, I would agree with that.
Question, they're in the rejected.
Oh, they're in rejected. Okay, I should put my glass on. When did we reject those though?
Well, the one for 5 million.
Yeah, I knew that was.
Yeah, and the other one, I thought we got some updated information that they'd received a large grant amount that.
I didn't remember us taking action on rejecting them though.
Might be rejected or withdrawn.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I may not have heard you, but did you mention the road bridge gravel road material?
That's in the general. That's not in the COVID one. Yeah. Let's just go over there for a second so you know what's there, what all we're talking about. In the general, there are 3 things.
Where is the rejected?
At the very bottom.
Very
Keep
bottom
going down.
Keep going
of
down.
the,
Right there you go.
On the general, right now, the only things that we have right there, the funding that we have in is the 1.2 million that Road and Bridge asked for a week or 2 ago for gravel. And the Cody Conservation District, total of 82,000. I guess when you, if that's a typo, that's great. We'll fix that math. And the other thing listed there is the Powell Library, which we have no idea, but it's just a placeholder. Don't know if they're going to do anything or not, but they asked to be considered on the art funds if and when their grant or their remodel gets figured out, if there's still funding available. So we'll leave them on the list until we know. There isn't a reason for them to come in with a specific amount at this point because we really don't know what that project's going to entail.
This second sheet that's of the 12 million, where how much do we have on in hand? 6 even. Okay, so at least my feelings, we're not spending any right now, maybe, but I dang sure I'm not going to. We have the 6.
We have the 6,
and I'm not even going to consider going over that.
No, that's fine. Understood.
Because we don't have the money.
Understood.
Okay.
So I don't know how you all want to proceed, but we do have a few of these that would like an answer. I'm sure that the Conservation District toward this summer would love to have some equipment. I know that the Meeteetse Community Center needs to know that they can keep moving forward. They have a contractor on board and they're getting started. So there's a few of those things that would like to not be left quite so hanging as to having.
Started off, Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we expend the 168,400 for the Meeteetse Community Center.
I would second that.
A motion and a second to approve $168,400 to the Matiti Community Center. Any further discussion?
To come from the first ARPA money?
Yes.
Yes.
COVID
Yes.
money.
Yeah, COVID, yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Brody, I'm assuming you heard that?
Yes, I did. Thank you guys so much for your support. We really appreciate it. We'll probably have a groundbreaking and I'll make sure that you guys all get invited over and maybe we'll cook up a couple hot dogs or something and we just sure appreciate it. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Take care. Okay, that's out of the COVID. Okay. And what did you think the typo is? And I don't know if you want to, do you think it's $987.65?
So the equipment that we need is we need the in-situ sawn.
That's what this,
And that should have been about $7,500. 70, I think 75 or 78.
see, this one says 98,000.
Yes, that's not right.
That's not right.
Okay.
In-situ sawn for about $7,800. That was that.
Well, you've got that up, you've got a, let's see, it says a flow measurement, OTT pro meter. That's 7,500.
Yes, that's 7,500. The sawn is, full measurement's one thing. The in-situ sawn measures some of the other parameters. We should have about $5,800 for a new sealer.
That's 5613.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. And then I never did get a final bid on a replacing the incubator, but what I did find looking across the calendars, about $3,600 on that.
Okay.
And I apologize. We've been dealing with doctors up and down and backwards and not doing as good a job as I need to be doing.
21. So.
Yeah.
Wrong zero. Yeah. 7,500. 7,500. Close enough.
15.
27. Yeah. About 25,000. total. Okay. Okay, so how Parks Works conservation equipment, if we did all four things, total
470.
24,000. 24,700.
Yeah, all right.
One of us could write, we'd be in good shape.
No, I left hand.
24,700, for all four. So whatever your thoughts are. And I guess I would question where that falls, probably more toward general than being able to identify that as anything dealing with COVID. I think that's hard to do. So as being able to spend it through general might make more sense.
Question, is this equipment time sensitive? I mean, I know that you want it right away, but I mean, I don't want to do this another time. You've inventoried everything. This is your last wish.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is all the equipment that we need for water quality sampling. And what I've done is I've built in the time that it's gonna take to rewrite the sample analysis plan. I've built that into a Wyoming water quality grant. And I've also built the time associated with getting the training on this into a water quality plan. And the training, and the reason that we picked some of the pieces of equipment that we have is this is the same material, the same equipment that the BC Conservation District uses. And I've already made arrangements with Stefan for him to provide most of the training, so I'm not gonna have to run around, chase around, get someone in here or whatever. We didn't do it all locally. So I've tried where I can to make this just for the equipment. Existing the equipment that we had, it's just that we're asking to be replaced, was about 17 years old. And I think that probably should testify to two things. It was pretty good equipment. And secondly, we took pretty good care of it, that it lasted that long. Most of it was in relatively decent working shape. It was just obsolete. It was obsolete. They couldn't repair it. They couldn't calibrate it anymore. cover these, go through the issues we're going to. Our sealer is still working just fine, but IDEX says we're done. It's, we can't get another.
Madam Chair, then I move to approve the $24,700 for equipment to the Powell Clark Fork Conservation District to come from the general ARPA grant fund.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve Powell Clark Fork Conservation District's request for $24,700 from the general ARP money. Any further discussion?
Wait, the water quality would fall into the original grant.
But it's not drinking water.
No,
It's
it's
groundwater. Yeah. I follow your train of thought, but it's
It
not.
could become drinking water.
Yeah. That's the point. And I think.
But and then I was joking at first, but going out, just let's follow that out a little bit further, because if you have contaminated groundwater, so you've got drinking water impacts or potential drinking water impacts.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I think, I would.
I guess I would maybe amend your motion.
Madam Chair, I would like to amend my motion to have it come from the original COVID
ARP fund?
To 001.
Yeah, there you go.
And let Molly worry about the tracking problem.
She worries a lot.
Well, that's the only reason you're testing.
No, you're right.
Anyway.
Right, that's true.
Yeah.
Well,
For-
yeah,
Yeah.
if we're testing, the reason we're testing is because this is shown a certain distance up from Yellowtail has been listed as for E. coli.
Mhm.
And Bitter Creek has been listed for E. coli. And both of those are human contact issues.
Yep.
Okay. So the motion been revised to approve the $24,700 from the COVID ARP funds. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? None opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Cody Conservation District. 67,000 on the employee stuff. And 15,000 on the election, which both would be general.
Madam Chair, refresh my memory again on what the 15,000 would be for.
Mail out election for Cody Conservation District mill levy.
They tried.
It tried twice on the general ballot. No,
One
primary once.
One was general.
Primary one in general. It's just the cost of materials and mailing.
So, Madam Chair, Colleen, what would this cost the taxpayers if it was during a general or every 2 years, a regular election to have it on the ballot? As opposed to, this is basically requested for a special election.
Yeah.
Does it cost to put it on the ballot during a normal?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
With that, I would consider the 67 for the employee compensation, but I'm not willing to spend. I mean, whether it's ARPA money or not, it's tax money that can be used. And I think that people who spoke, they can think on it. They could try to sell it for the next year and then request to put it on the ballot next election. So I don't agree with the other 50. That's just me.
I would tend to agree.
Okay.
What is the reason for doing a mailer instead of putting it on the general election? Is there a better opportunity to maybe get it through? Is that what the thinking is?
That's what the thinking is. They said if you're not, if you aren't listing with a whole bunch of other pros and cons items, maybe people would pay more attention to just that one if they had that single mailer only to the people within that district that are not worrying about a general election that day. I have no idea whether that'd work or not. The numbers, like Colleen said, the only ballot that this shows up on is the residents of the conservation district. So
It doesn't show up on everything.
it is on their ballot.
Yeah, it's just on their ballot.
Yeah, pros and cons, whether it's individual or not. They just thought the mailer might be a better way to individually get to people.
Madam Chair, Scott,
two times we attempted it. One was during the general election. It was competing with the 1 cent vote. Second 1 cent vote. To me, it was poorly crafted, but we just got mixed up with that and they voted down all the taxes.
Bad time to do that.
Bad time to, the second time we thought smart, we'll do it during the primary. We will be during a primary election at no cost, or it'll just be the only thing on the ballot, which is good. Then people can vote it up or down just on the conservation district. 3 weeks before that, guess what happened? Property taxes. We knew that went down in flames. So what we're thinking is that a standalone election without any interference from other issues, we feel that people want to vote for it up or down, they can have their say. Technically, there will be fewer people participating in the mail-in ballot, so the numbers are smaller. All we need is 51%. So that's why we want to have.
Plus, I think if you.
The problem is we don't have any money.
Yeah, I think if you send out a ballot of a yes or no on it, you'll get. The people who want to vote no probably won't vote.
There's some
Is that
technical
what you're
reasons
thinking of?
why that's probably a better situation, but we've been shot down twice with just unfortunate timing. Trying to be cost effective with it, so we're trying to game the system.
Well, I don't think you'll get a 1% tax, by any entities coming in, but you just never know what's going to pop up in the primary.
Well, and there's no elections this next year when this will be going
Yeah.
out. There's nothing for 2 years.
So we'd like to take our chances with the public just on an up or down issue, and I agree with you. I think the people that understand the conservation districts, and we're trying to get word out that more what we do, we've been in existence for 8 years, that people who support us will support us. Those that don't care or don't know us probably won't vote.
So those cards or those ballots will go to our clerk then, and she'll
They run
count
the
them up.
election basically through the mail,
Well,
which is where the cost, big part of the cost coming for actual out of pocket costs, not conservation county. But the thing is, if we get the mill level, we're off your neck.
Madam Chair, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, Richard, but along those lines, most anyone could come in and say that they wanted their issue, their election to be a standalone because they don't want to compete one way or another with others. And so I don't know, I'm along the lines of Commissioner Teal and balking at spending the money on.
I agree with you. The fact is, the $15,000 is tax money spent to get more taxes. So you've got just, that kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, it finds itself, yes, it does.
It's just kind of like, okay, what are we doing here? I mean, the simple fact is, we just find a way to operate.
Right.
If we had our own funds for some reason, which is, we may still do this, if we could find the money for it, we may still.
But
Okay.
what you're in is a community that is very anti-tax.
Really?
Just you didn't notice it, and the conservation is another tax.
But we're just giving it a shot.
Yep.
The other portion of this with the 67,000, as we discussed, they had an employee that was doing a good job of chasing grant dollars. And that's somewhat what they need, the education piece out there, scheduling the project piece out there, plus chasing the grant dollars for different projects that they want to do. And that's the other piece of their request is they have a little bit of money left from their original grant for an employee that would supplement this, and the 67 would help it last almost another 1.5 years, I guess is what I understand. So anyway, so we have two things. We have the 15, which sounds like it's not going anywhere, and the 67. Pleasure of the board.
I would move that we approve the 67,000 for the employee, or 63 or 67,000 for the employee, and take it out of the 012 fund.
General.
The general, yes.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second to approve $67,000 for Cody Conservation District as requested out of the general ARC fund. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. So that's out of the
Express my
general.
appreciation for all the work you've done in the last couple of years. Give us a little more breathing.
Okay.
Right.
The last one, yeah, which we'll all vote no on, but anyway. yeah,
Brian and
yeah.
his puppet.
Right. Okay, we're gonna move back to the general one right now, and we had a request 2 weeks ago. Understandably, Brian came to us with a $1.2 million request for additional gravel. Maybe 3 different pits is what I understood, and build up our gravel reserves for a little while, which could take a little pressure off the general fund budget for a couple of years, but it certainly gets you a better price the more you crush and the more you do at one time. So that's why he's looking for that ability. And with the way prices are going on these kinds of projects, probably a good deal. So anyway, it's 1.2 million. It would be out of the general.
Can't say that's safety, health. Roads are in
A
good
gravel
shape
pit,
here.
I don't
If
know.
roads are in good shape, you're gonna be safer and healthier.
If you want to argue that with the fence, you can, but I don't know if it'll fly.
COVID gravel.
COVID gravel.
The Madam Chair, I think this is sort of a no-brainer because it will save the county some money in the long run. And we're always looking for ways to save money, especially if we're doing a project.
Right.
You know, there's ways to save money by not doing project, as we found out with the HVAC. But as far as this, it's an investment into our road fund, and it comes at a good time when we have the money available. So I would make a motion to approve the 1,200 out of the general fund, or the 1.2 million out of that general fund.
You don't gonna get much gravel, but
Yeah, it keeps going up, so lock it in right now.
I'll second that.
okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve the 1.2 million for gravel for road maintenance out of the general art funds. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, I would just want to say that this is probably exactly what these things should be used for. It's future savings,
I agree.
not ongoing maintenance.
Agree. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Thanks, Ann.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys. I'm really, thank you guys. That was huge. Appreciate it.
Those are the requests that I have on the list right now. Any thoughts on the tracking, or are you guys okay with this setup? And I like it.
The only thing, should we commit to more money for the HVAC while we're,
That's
I
up
mean,
to
do you
you
want to
all.
wait? I mean, I guess there isn't, we have 1.5 in there right now approved, which should cover the
Right.
first phase.
Right. The other thing that comes into play is it could, that particular art money can be used for anything else that might be COVID related that we find, but we can also total out that grant with whatever's left at the time, rather than put a set amount in there right now. We know that HVAC can come out of either one of them. So if we wait and finalize this one with what's left, when we're ready to finalize that, I think we might be better off than put an amount in there right now.
Okay,
We know that that's sitting there. I mean, I don't
just
think
in the
anybody-
chance that there may be other COVID related.
Right, that we haven't thought of yet or that haven't come.
How far will 1.5 get us into this second phase, the actual construction phase?
On the HVAC stuff.
Mhm.
You're talking HVAC, probably about halfway through.
Okay.
It might, we might come close to getting maybe, if we're doing the 2 buildings together, it'll be one contract, but it's gonna be bang, within a few months.
Okay.
Period, so.
Okay.
It gets about halfway through what we're gonna need, I think.
We can have Mr. Meisel and Molly update where we are, get a clean picture of what we've accomplished today. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, can we please have a vote on the voting booths? So we can get.
Oh,
that
yeah.
ordered?
Okay,
Um,
sorry.
Yeah, only
Missed one.
because, with supply and demand.
Okay.
I'm not sure, our voting booths are from the early 2000s. The legs fall off when we try to set them up. If buildings are road and bridge, only they're those guys help, but yeah, so we are in desperate need of new booths and.
That was the 50,000 then on that.
1,000 out of the COVID.
Madam
grant.
Chair, I move that we approve $50,000 out of the COVID fund for COVID-free voting booths.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve $50,000 for upgraded voting booths out of the COVID ARPA funds. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, sorry, I missed that, Colleen.
Yeah, no.
No, we're not giving you any.
Why you guys are generous, but I think the gravel, the pressing thing, keep in mind that Powell Road Bridge, that cistern. The longer that's stored, it's been there for a while, but we're spending money constantly keeping that reverse osmosis.
Okay.
And I think it's COVID related, and it's a bad, kind of a bad situation, but we're throwing good money after.
You have a price. We have no dollar figure.
50,000.
Yeah, there's 50,000.
Okay, but will that do it? I mean,
I think that's maybe the one. We'll hopefully it should do it.
Oh, yeah.
Madam Chair, can't we just buy more bottled water?
would you?
We'll just divert the bottled water that's coming here and send it over there.
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Thoughts?
I somewhat agree. And just to, before I make this motion to do this, the existing well, are we going to eliminate? We'll just cut that line, put this in series, put it in a cistern, put a pump in the bottom of the cistern, 2,000 gallon. Is that what you're thinking? And we'll, okay. And then, so I think that's actually high, but that'll give us a little. So I'm Madam Chair, I move to allocate 50,000 from the COVID ARPA funds for cistern at the Powell Road and Bridge Club shop.
Second.
Club.
Powell Road and Bridge Club.
Okay.
Can we just send them all, each worker home with a 5-gallon jug at night?
Have a motion. All right, whoa. Have a motion and a second to approve $50,000 out of the COVID ARP funds for a cistern at the Powell Road and Bridge shop.
Seconded, sorry.
I just.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Can part of this motion be that Brian has to leave?
Sure, if you want to amend it. Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, you get started on that one.
I'll wait and pick up where.
Yeah, Ben will.
No. Steve, what do you need?
Just a point of clarification, we have approved on the HVAC only the 392,000. And you were saying we've approved 1.5.
No, we set aside 1.5 and we're kind of leaving it set aside there.
So we're not gonna approve that at this point.
We can, or we can leave it.
Give us in another month or so, we should be further along to what that next phase is gonna cost, the actual construction, because maybe maybe our estimates are high.
Okay.
We'll see.
What are your thoughts? Do you want to move that 1.5 over there or just leave it where it is?
It's been requested and right now we've only approved it. Why is it in red?
Because we added to it last
We
two
added
weeks
to
ago.
it because there was a change order.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessary. It's just a matter of semantics. We're gonna wind up.
Yeah. We're gonna spend it out of this one or out of the other one either way. So. Anything else? You guys need anything? Yeah.
Not sure. Just a question for Steve. When he changed this, are we gonna be able to continually be able to look at it?
That's a question that we have with IT. We got it into this SharePoint, but they've had trouble getting a separate SharePoint setting up with it. So he's checking with IT and we should figure out a way that we can have it as spreadsheets, but we're looking into it.
With our plan was to, I'm just gonna keep the spreadsheet, and I'll update Molly, she can view, and then we'll put it into your general
SharePoint.
Okay.
Okay, so we have it. Anything else to come before the board today?
Move to adjourn, Madam Chair. Second.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Early and pretty.